Hello, everybody. I remembered to turn everybody's audio on. Yay, me.
Huzzah!
What is this
Yay,
sorcery?
Adam.
Who are you and what have you done with Adam?
Yes.
A mere 23 minutes late.
To be fair, it was not Adam's fault this time.
No, it was not.
That's true.
Thankfully.
Jeremy.
As long as it's not my fault, I don't care for late. I just feel bad when it is my fault.
We all get one. Well, you get like 8.
Yeah, hey,
It's his channel. He can be late.
I was gonna say DMs get as many as they want. If you're not DMing, you cannot be late.
There we go.
Luckily,
That's
it was
fair.
Jeremy that was late this time, so that is all fine. So welcome everybody to One Shot Onslaught. We are playing a Murder Mysteries on the High Sea tonight, a one shot. We have pre-made characters rolled up. One of us is a murderer, or I think there's some NPCs that also may be a murderer. Somebody's going to be a murderer on this dang ship, and we're going to get to the bottom of it. Let's start by kicking off with Jeremy. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself, since you're going to be the one running this thing.
All right. Hey, how's it going? I am Jeremy. You can find me at Master Uzaru. And I am the one who created, wrote, and put together this module. So this will be a murder mystery, and we have like he said, one of the characters. There's 14 characters on the ship, so it could possibly be an NPC who is the murderer, but somebody is a murderer, and they're going to try their best to not get caught. But who knows what other things might happen as we go into, especially with this group, because you guys always do things I've never even expected ever.
That's what we're here for. John.
My name's John. I go by Zoltar in the Discord channel. And I'm going to be playing Billy Bar, the gnome novice.
Where can people find you at, John?
Most of the time it's just there on the one shot onslaught Discord server.
Every time.
Yeah, every time. But I have a Etsy shop that I run, JBG Garage Crafts, where I make dice vaults that I make and sell. That's if I'm not in the Discord channel, I'm probably out in the garage working on orders.
Yeah. Gerundu.
Hello, I am Gerundu. You can find me on Twitter at Gerundu or in the One Shot Onslaught Discord. First take, one take Johnny. And then I've just fell to pieces after that. I can't remember what I was going to say. But yeah, I'm going to be playing Captain Goldbeard, the captain of this fine vessel this evening.
Danny?
Hi, I am Danny, and you can find me on Twitter, Twitch, and Instagram as Danielle Lanois. And when I'm not working or online, I'm making stuff. And tonight I'll be playing Eldrin Siren, the half-elf archaeologist.
And Tiana.
Hi, I'm Tiana. I'm usually found over at Quests and Chaos. That's twitch.tv/Quests and Chaos. And my cats are going to be making noise in the background. I apologize. And appropriately, I'm playing a Tabaxi rogue named Little Sapphire, or Little.
And I am Adam DeWeese. I usually DM over here. Actually, Jeremy's taken the reins quite a few times recently. He DM'd another mini campaign also recently. I will be playing John Speed. I am a turtle. Not a turtle. I am an actual turtle. No, I am a turtle. I'm not a literal turtle. I'm a turtle cartographer, and I am definitely not the murderer. Jeremy, I will pass it off to you to set the scene.
All right. So, the 6 of you and a large number of others have all decided, for various reasons, to go onto a passenger ship called the Siren's Cry. And you are starting in Waterdeep, the City of Splendors. You have gotten on this ship. You've all been prepared. You've been waiting for this journey. This is something you've paid a good deal of money for. You are going across the Sea of Swords to an island called Ruathime. It's about a 3 or 4 day journey on this ship. And, this isn't the largest of ships. It probably can fit maybe upwards of 20 people. But many of you are going on this trip for like a long term, maybe not permanently, but a lot of people on this ship are bringing lots of belongings, furniture, things like that. Like they're going to permanently move to this island or they're going to spend a large amount of time there. So a lot of your belongings, especially larger things, have been stored in this lower hole on the bottom side of the ship. It's kind of like a passenger storage area. And they also asked that you stored any weapons there that are just larger than like a regular dagger or small knife, like large swords or any dangerous magical artifacts. They also asked that you had stored down in there with those things, but you are allowed to, just carry like a regular dagger or something to defend yourself. They just don't need people walking about the ship with ridiculous weapons and things like that. And that's just a safety concern. But you all have been loaded up. You have passed by. The security wasn't very tough. It's not like they really patted you down or anything. They just kind of like said, is there anything else you want to store in the bottom? And as long as they couldn't see you wielding a giant sword or something, you were fine to enter. And you all have boarded on top of this large galleon type ship. So you are all on the top deck. And upon boarding the ship, you find that you are standing on a spacious and well-oiled upper deck. And you are aboard the Siren's Cry. You see men and women of various races walking around. There's all sorts of different types of people on this ship. Many of them are smoking pipes and enjoying jovial conversation. As the last of the passengers finally board the ship, the first mate and the captain begin walking around the perimeter and kind of just checking to make sure everything's ready to go. Everyone's on board. They've pulled in all the ramps and things like that. And you are going to begin your journey. The first mate starts yelling, "All aboard!" And he'll rotate his neck around on a swivel, double checking. "All right, to your places then." And you'll see a whole bunch of, not a whole bunch, but like a handful of crewmen, 4 or 5 of them, running to different ropes and hoisting things and preparing the ship to leave the harbor. So you were on this ship for about 2.5 days out of this 3-day journey, and everything's fine. You are enjoying yourselves. In fact, why don't you tell me how you specifically think you might have spent the first 2.5 days of this journey? Just to give you an idea of what kind of things are available, there's a top deck that is just kind of like, you're allowed to be up there, but obviously they don't want you messing with any of the sails or anything like that. Don't like go in the captain's cabin. There's a middle deck where you spend most of your time, and it's a long hallway with all your rooms. There is a large common area where they have like a bar and like food and chairs and people play cards, and there's like a smoking room and stuff like that. And then there's a bottom employee floor that is strictly forbidden unless you are an employee of the ship. And that is also where the storage room is, where people would keep all of their large furniture and dangerous weapons. So just with that kind of idea as like a blueprint of the amenities on the ship, we'll just go ahead and start. And how would everyone want to spend their day? How about we start with the captain? So you're preparing the ship for takeoff. What do we do, Captain? Captain Goldbeard, I believe.
Goldbeard, that's right. I would mainly be spending my time loitering about, smoking my pipe and staring wistfully off into the distance. Because I'm an old sea dog. Spent many years, I've earned my stripes, and I've got a capable crew. And this is basically a milk run for me, so I'm just letting them take care of it. While I smoke and stare off into the distance and think about my former glories.
Okay, and you do have a crew that can take care of things for you. You have 3 or 4 different people that do know exactly how to handle this ship, and it's really not a enormous ship, but it is a large ship, so it does take a crew. But yeah, you for the most part, you kind of are comfortable, and you do have like the systems in place where you can just kind of do that. Who would like to go next?
Sure, I'll go next.
Okay, Tiana, you take it.
Little spends most of her time in the common area, lounging about the bar periodically, playing cards with other people, and generally, being seen, making friends, flirting with people of various races and genders, just having a good time.
So John Speed came upon, as part of an entourage of Countess Silverstar, but John Speed's kind of a loner. So I will try to steal away into any kind of quiet section on the top deck that I can. And even though there's not much to map out here, it's just all open seas, I'm still sitting on the top deck, just kind of doodling. If I see any like whales or anything, I'll kind of sketch them out. Because I like arting as much as I like cartography. That didn't work as well as I thought in my brain. But yeah, so I'm just
Would you like to try that one again,
No,
son?
I don't think I'll do any better the second go around.
You like arting as much as you like carting?
Yes, that's kind of what I was going for, and my brain was too slow, so it did not work. But yeah, so I'm up the top deck, like sketching things I'm seeing, seagulls. Captain Goldbeard as he's like doing the jack on the bow of the ship. Is the bow the front? I hope so.
Okay, so you're gonna try to spend most of your time up top.
Yeah.
All right. I guess we'll just go with John Zoltar.
Well, Billy Barr, as the novice on the crew, is being trained by the sailor, who's just constantly barking orders at him, having him do all the little grunt work, swabbing the deck, stuff like that, running errands for some of the more hoity-toity passengers that constantly ask for, room service and things along that nature and whatnot.
Right, and he is, if anyone missed it, he is a gnome as well. So just so you can visualize that.
He's a weedy.
All right,
That's some good swabbing there, Billy Barr.
Yes, Captain.
That's what I like. Keep them swabbed.
I actually should have asked a question earlier before we got on stream, but that's okay. So I'm the archaeologist and a newlywed. Is my wife with me?
She's not.
She is not. Okay.
She is not.
That.
He's in Waterdeep still.
All right. So I actually will be spending a lot of my time reading, sometimes in my room, sometimes on deck, and composing long love letters to her, telling her about how much I miss her and wish she were here with me.
Okay. All right. So during this time, no matter what you do, whether you're spending your time on the top deck working or you're a passenger who's just spending their time up deck kind of thinking and doodling, whether you're the captain themselves or you are various passengers on the ship, throughout the 2.5 days, you do find out there are only 14 people on this ship. There are actually a few empty rooms, 3 or 4 different rooms and cabins that no one has taken up. And so the ship is near full, but it's not at full occupancy at this point. And, it's small enough to where even if you weren't kind of really engaging too much social conversation or anything like that, you get the gist of kind of hearing who everyone is more or less. And some of the overall things all of you would notice is one of the most wealthy for sure, and one of the most popular people on this entire ship is a woman. Her name is Duchess Silverhand or Silverstar. And she is basically a high elf who works for the museum in Waterdeep. She works for the Museum of History and Art, and she is one of their top curators. She's very, very wealthy, and she, along with the museum, is funding this entire excavation for 4 of her crew members to go to this place in Ruthheim where they're digging up ruins of ancient temples, and they believe that these temples are very important because nobody's ever found these types of ruins and things before. So they feel like they can find lots of valuable artifacts. And their plan is to go across the sea so that they can find this archaeological site that they only know where it's at. They haven't been there yet. And they can set up an excavation site and make it theirs in the name of the university. You notice there's a businessman who seems to be traveling alone. He's kind of keeping to himself. He's a Triton. So he has kind of like a light blue, fish scale skin. He has kind of lightly webbed fingers. But that's common. That's something you would commonly see in Waterdeep, so it's not odd. But he seems to be traveling alone. You also notice that there is another man who seems to be some sort of maybe big game hunter who's traveling along, and he just seems to be like a human with like a scruff beard, and he's always carrying like this giant Bowie knife type thing on his side of his thigh. But he's also kind of kept to himself, though he looks kind of like scary and intimidating. He hasn't messed with anyone, and he seems to also be traveling alone. And there's also a tiefling who is traveling alone, and he, though he is alone, has been engaging in some social conversations, and he has been in the common area kind of drinking and sharing cigars with people and kind of just talking up perhaps you or other members on the ship, as well as the Duchess herself. And it's just a very kind of jovial time, a really fun time on this 2-day journey. You're all having drinks, you're all listening to music, singing, dancing. Everyone seems, there's a lady who has instruments with her and seems to be pretty good at entertainment. The chef is a large half orc. His name is Kodak. And Kodak, though he is big and brawny, he seems very polite, and the food he makes is very, very good. A tad bit spicy, though. He seems to use a lot of garlic. And Kodak's pretty nice, and he usually is running kind of the bar and the drinks, at least until the very end of the night, where you can kind of access the ale taps, but you no longer have access to the liquor and wine. But for the most part, it's a really nice 2-day journey. But in the middle of the last night, just as you all had went to bed, and you know that as soon as you wake up in the morning on the third day, it'll just be a matter of a few minutes, and you'll be pulling into the port of Ruithheim. There seems to be a large scream that is heard all throughout this ship, and the scream seems to be coming from the second floor, which is the passenger floor. It's about 3 a.m. when this happens, and all of the passengers, even the ones that stayed up extra late, more or less have gone to bed at this point. But this scream is a very, very loud scream of a female, and you can hear this loud female voice just echoing throughout the passenger cabins. And as the commotion sweeps over the ship, all of the passengers are awakened, and those who seek to investigate the source of the loud screaming are greeted by a rather gruesome sight. You see the corpse. It's certainly a corpse on immediate, you can tell she is dead, of Countess Silverstar. She's laying motionless on the ground in a puddle of blood, and in a horrific display, most of her head doesn't seem to be there anymore. It's not decapitated. It seems broken off in chunks. It's rather disgusting. And she's laying, across the floor in the common room with just this big puddle of blood beneath her mutilated head, and beside the corpse lies a broken wooden paddle like an oar. It seems cracked, and it's stained in blood, which is understandable because it is laying in the puddle along with her. And it appears that just by immediately looking at it, this was probably used to deliver a brutal and fatal blow to the unfortunate countess. The woman who started screaming, you would notice to be one of the workers on the ship. She was a human female. She is the sailor. And she's the one that has been kind of training our gnomish friend here a little bit as they've been going on this trip. And her name is Talim. And she's just screaming, "It's the Countess! Someone murdered the Countess!" And you all run in, and she's like, "Look, look, 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 look." And she's like in frantic, like in tears. She's like running out of the room, like not even wanting to look at it, because it really is a gruesome sight. How would you all like to react? At this point, you're seeing people coming in, like all the different people are kind of crowding and walking in, and it seems like every few seconds, just more and more people are peeping their head out of the cabins and walking down the hall to investigate.
Now calm down, my lass. We can't have you running about the ship frightening people. Come on, stay in here. I know it's terrible to look at. Well, I've got some questions for you.
She's walking. She's like, "Oh my God, somebody killed her! Did you? Oh my God!"
I can see that, my lass. Calm yourself. Right, what happened? How did you find this?
I was just walking back to my room, and I saw her, and then there was all the blood everywhere, and I screamed.
You see anybody out?
Anybody
else? Hear any noises or anything like that?
No, I was just making my way down from the docks. I mean, the first mate's up top, and he's still working and checking things while the captain sleeps. But I was just making my way back down.
Oh, I'm not sleeping now, am I? You can fix it with a withering stare.
I'm sorry, Captain.
It's all right. It's all right, my girl. You calm yourself down now. Nothing more to be done for the poor soul. The captain's going to have a look at the crime scene. See if he can.
Was she in the hall when she said something about the Countess?
She like had left the main room and went into the hall because she didn't want to like look at it, and then he was standing there and started interrogating her.
Well, and we all heard the screaming, so I imagine we're all just like wide awake at this point.
Yeah, a lot of you, a lot of the people that are on board started filtering into the hall to at least check out what's going on. So, it's up to you if you how far you would have ventured in when you see the crowd at the end of the hall. because basically you have the upper floor, and then there's stairs going down, and then you have like the common room, hallway with all the cabins, like a restroom lavatory area, and then stairs going down to the employee floor. So
Okay. I would have come. I would have come out of my room at hearing all of the screaming, still like, you know, half asleep, bleary eyed, and in night clothes. And when I see what's going on, all my fur just puffs up all at once.
Yeah, I think John Speed would probably be the last into the room, just rubbing his eyes. Turtles need about 20 hours of sleep a day, so this is going to be really taxing on me, but he can't really ignore those screams, so he's going to probably be the last one to wander into the room.
You're going to be working with a point of exhaustion for having your long rest disturbed.
Well, Eldrin walks out of his room looking sleepy and disheveled like many of the others in his night clothes, hair kind of askew, not his normal put together look. But upon hearing her screaming about the Countess, he heads straight to that room.
Okay.
And if the door's not closed, he's going in.
yeah, it's just like I think the room doesn't even have like a door. It's just like a big, large frame.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, when you walk in, you see most of the tables and chairs are set up how they were the night before. There's still like a lot of empty bottles and things left out. Some people didn't maybe clean up because a lot of people stayed up extra late on the last night of the journey. But the chair where she was sitting all night, and she has been sitting for most of the journey, like every night, is flipped over. The table is moved. Some of the bottles are kicked over, and then the body's laying on the ground with the ore next to it. That's what you just see by immediately upon walking in.
Oh, hells, Captain, what happened here?
Well, your guess is as good as mine. I've literally just arrived myself. Looks like somebody's done the poor old Countess in.
Oh, this is going to be quite a problem.
Well, you're telling me. A murder aboard my ship?
A
In
dead
the
mother-in-law.
common room of
Yeah,
all
it's
places?
a problem.
Where we serve the fish fingers. This is no good at all. This is very unhygienic.
Yeah, among other things, yes. Oh,
I rather think we have other problems. There's a murderer on the ship.
You'll
Well,
probably hear
I'll grant you that.
yell, like a scream, and he's like, Dahlia! Dahlia! And you see this half elf, half drow, and even his pajamas are super nice looking, like nice silk, kind of purple and like very nice. But he's like sleepily looking and kind of hearing what's happening, and he just starts screaming, Dahlia, where are you? And he's pushing through everyone, and when he sees the room, and you all know just from being on the journey, this is his fiance that was staying in the same cabin that she was. He's like starts hyperventilating, and he like just collapses to his knees and starts sobbing and crying into his hands, like he can't even help to look at it. What's happened to her? He's like panicking.
Oh, goodness.
I go up to him and put an arm around him. And we'll sort this. I don't know what has happened, but we'll take care of this.
No, this isn't real. And like every time he goes to look at it, he like just can't even fucking do it, and he's just like really panicking, freaking out. He doesn't want to accept it.
We need to get you out of here. Come on.
And then finally, like about this time, Billy Barr will come running up the stairs from the employees' lounge, and he's like looking behind him, like a little scared and whatnot. And then he's finally like, pardon me, official employee coming through. What's the hubbub here? What's got everybody riled up? Captain, don't worry, I got this under control, Captain. And then he sees the body. He's like, oh my God!
Well, you think this is a little bit above your pay grade, Billy Barr?
Captain,
don't you worry.
You?
Right,
Oh.
as soon as we'll have some blood to be cleaning up soon, Billy Barr. But until then, right, just leave it in faithful old Captain Goldbeard's hands. I'll get this to the bottom of this mystery. Don't you worry, Billy. You just calm yourself right down.
Oh gosh, Captain, I'll go get me bucket.
It's a bad business. Bad business. So with that, yeah. Old Goldbeard's gonna inspect the body in the crime scene, looking for clues.
Yeah, the captain starts walking up towards the body, and what are the rest of you doing? I know that I'm sorry, I don't have everyone's characters' names memorized yet. I know that Danny, what was your character's name, Danny?
Eldrin.
Eldrin. I know that Eldrin was investigating the body at first and kind of turned and started comforting the fiance for a moment and kind of helping them. So for that very moment, I would imagine you kind of walked right past him, straight into the room. Your first mate is now kind of standing on the stairs because the stairs come straight down and there's the common room in the hallway. And he is a stocky dwarf. And I just couldn't resist. His name is Eric. And Eric, he's like, what has happened? What's all the screaming about, Captain?
Somebody smashed this poor lady's head in with an oar by the looks of it.
What do you mean somebody? Oh, God, what do you
think I mean? Look at the bloody bitch.
Well, where the hell are they? Who did it?
Got her head smashed in.
Who did take care of this?
A little care here. It's her fiance.
I'm sorry. I get carried away sometimes when murders happen on my ship.
Is this a common occurrence that you have a standard operating procedure when it happens?
Absolutely not, no. Which is why I'm stood here in my bloody nightgown examining a corpse.
You probably should have divulged the murder history of your ship long before any of us ever got on it. My goodness.
There wasn't any until today. I run a tight ship, a murder-free ship.
Oh, thank
Clearly
goodness
not.
you're here, Eric.
Well, where the hell are they? You just let him get away then? And the way he's talking to him, you guys kind of all just get the sense like they kind of argue a lot.
Now then, no one's getting away nowhere. We're in the middle of the ocean. The murderer's on board the ship somewhere. But we've just got to root him out.
The half drow guy is going to stand up. I want them caught! We can't just let them get away with this. You can't just let... They need to be stopped. And he's like he's like shaking and stuff as he's talking, and it's like it's really hard for him to even just speak. He seems very dramatic, but I mean, understandably so.
What was his name?
The fiance's name is,
and I'm not going to remember all of these other 9 people's names, so I apologize.
No, you're good. You know that his first name is Elsty.
Elsty?
Elsty. You don't know his last name though. In fact, he's very in the shadow of his who would have been his would-be wife. He was very just quiet and always kind of at her side and not really just hi, I'm Elsty, and he never really said much.
Interesting.
I know this is a difficult time for you, Elsty, but can you think of any reason why the Countess would be out of her room and without you this late at night?
I mean, she I don't know. I went to bed around midnight, and the rest of you were still here, having drinks with her. You should be asking all of them. I'm the one that went to bed early. I shouldn't have, because this is the kind of thing that happens. I just wanted to get some sleep for tomorrow.
It's like the old saying, you go to bed, someone you love gets murdered.
What the hell kind of saying is that?
It's a really old one.
I'm not familiar with that one. Is that from Baldur's Gate? I hear it's something of a hellhole.
I think it might have come up from Am. I'm not sure.
John Speed, by the way, I did not name my character until before I knew John was going to be playing with us. So John Speed's kind of waiting to see what Billy Bar is going to do with this bucket when he gets back.
Captain, I got me bucket. What do you want me to do with it?
I want you to hold it and don't do anything with it until I tell you.
Okay, I thought you wanted me to start cleaning up, Captain.
Well, not until we've had a good chance to have a good rummage around and try and find any clues. We can't have you mopping up all the evidence, can we now?
Very well, Captain. I'll start rummaging.
That's right.
I'll
set
the bucket around and I'll... Billy Bar will just start going and checking things out. Can he do an investigation, see if there's any tracks or bloody prints or anything like that?
Yeah, and I believe that's what the captain was about to try to do as well before I send everyone on this tangent.
Yeah. Yeah. So John Speed, I've got a pair of glasses on top of my head, a pair of glasses hanging down, and I got 2 monocles. I'm gonna put on the glasses around my neck. Yeah, those ones. And I'm gonna
Oh goodness.
Yeah. No, wait, the ones on top of my head. Sorry, my bad. And then I'm gonna put the ones on top of my head. And I'm gonna go and investigate the ore itself. So if we're like all doing rolls at the same time, that's what John Speed's gonna be checking.
Okay, I would like to also mention, as you're standing here in the ship, you know the time, and you know that you are going to be getting into port in Ruthheim in about 3 hours time. And you feel that a lot of you have various reasons for not wanting to have to deal with the police to investigate a murder after you've been on the ship for 3 days and you have things to do. We have people that are trying to get to an archaeological site. We have a man trying to start a business. We have people who are trying to just go on a vacation. Nobody wants to be hassled that way, or perhaps even wrongly punished for this murder. And so you all feel like it's pretty important to try to figure out who this murderer is before you get to the port. 1, so you don't have to worry about the police, but 2, to try to stop them as soon as they can, because they're still at large. I mean, they are obviously capable of just brutal violence if they're willing to take someone down in this fashion. And so you do know you have about 3 hours time before you will be arriving in the city.
Jerry,
Are you about to start the timer?
Yeah, are we doing a
I'm
real?
gonna go ahead and start
I
the timer.
was gonna say I'll start one on the screen,
Okay.
but I had to. So I'm gonna use the our countdown timer that we usually have, and the thing is, I forget what kind of source that is, so I'm like searching for it right now. So I'll get it started in like 5. I'll go ahead and start it now, the timer, and then I'll get it on the screen in a minute.
Cool.
All right, Captain. So you're walking up. Why don't you go ahead and do an investigation check for me?
All right.
And you were coming up to investigate the body itself,
That's right.
the
Yeah,
brutal
that's
murder that occurred on your ship under your watch.
That is an 18.
All right, 18. That's pretty good. You walk over and you're looking at this body, and it is absolutely a pretty brutal scene. The majority of her skull has been broken. It's in pieces all over the ground. It looks absolutely like the ore is cracked in a spot on part of the paddle, and you think that is absolutely the impact point, and it is laying on the ground next to it. Other than that, it just looks like a you would know it just looks like a regular ore that you would normally pair with like a emergency ship. And you do know you do have an emergency skiff, like a little, I don't know if it's a skiff, like a nice little small wooden escape ship that could fit half a dozen people. And it looks just like one of those common ores that would be for that kind of thing. And the more you look at it, you notice that her chair that's flipped over, there does seem to be like a big hard gash scrape mark in the wood right there, and that a wine glass is broken on the ground next to her. She's you know that she was smoking like a lot of cigarettes all night, and like her pack is laying on the ground, like, and it looks like maybe she was holding it and it fell. So you know, I don't know, you can take what you would like away from that. And then some other people were trying to do some investigations. Who else wanted to look at some things?
Billy Bar was wanting to check out to see if there's any like blood trail or anything like that. I mean, if somebody hit her like that, I mean, they might have stepped in it and left a trail or something like that, or a footprint.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, and you can go ahead and do an investigation as well. So you're kind of checking, because this room there's no windows or anything. It's on the second story of a ship. Like, well, I guess there's windows, but you couldn't like climb through them. They're very narrow, more like
portholes, maybe.
Yeah. But this room is pretty tall. There's like cross beams on the top. It's probably about 18 feet tall or so, because it is as tall as for the structure. The way the structure has to be built, it's a little bit taller than a normal room. And there really is only really one exit, would be like the main door where everyone's crowded around. And it does seem like in the blood there is maybe like a part that's kind of smeared, like maybe a step, but it doesn't go very far. But it does look like something might have been moved or dragged through it, very briefly.
Okay.
Yeah.
I rolled an 18. I don't know if that matters.
Okay. Anyone else want to do anything just like in this moment?
I actually want to look at LSD, sort of look for anything out of place. I mean, he's clearly distraught, but I want to give a little bit more of an investigation as I'm trying to comfort him.
Okay.
That is 21.
Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, so you're not, so just like as you're trying to like comfort him or at least check to see how he's doing, you notice just some details about him. He does, like I said earlier, seems to be completely dressed in pajamas, and they're like a nice purple silk, very expensive. Like the pajamas alone are probably 5 or 6 gold pieces or something, which makes sense because the Duchess was very, very rich, and he probably also came from a noble family. But nothing seems odd. He's not wearing any shoes. He definitely seems like he was laying down to sleep or anything. He doesn't seem to have any belongings on him other than just the nightgown and everything. But he was, with the exception of the first maid who came walking down the stairs from up above, he was the last person to kind of show up. But he did seem kind of tired. But the moment he showed up, he became very frantic. You don't really notice anything else strange about him, though, other than that. Yeah.
I rolled a big 7 on it, checking out that ore. Whatever that will get me.
Checking out the ore. Yeah, you're looking at the ore, and you can, I mean, you don't know that much about it specifically, just because you're not like one of the crew members, but you do. It just looks like a common solid one-piece wooden ore, and you can definitely see like the part that's broken out of it where it had been cracked. You'd imagine cracked over the side of her head, and the wood itself seems like it's just kind of sitting in the pool of the blood. You don't see anything strange about it. It doesn't have like a handle or anything. There's not really there's no like marks, like scratches or gouges or anything in like where you would hold it or anything like that. In fact, it looks like it might have been rather new before this moment. Like a brand new one that just got cracked over someone's skull and broken.
I believe this is the murder weapon right here.
I'm inclined to agree with you there, sir.
What a stunning show of deduction. What are you going to figure out next?
Well, next I was going to say it's either a murder or a suicide, one of the two.
A suicide by oaring. Well, that would be something entirely new.
It's highly improbable, but definitely possible.
Looks like she might have been approached from behind to me.
That's suicide from behind. They often don't like.
That's right. That's what they do. Obviously, yeah. Proper banor behind your head, and just recline your chair into it really hard.
It's the
That's
easiest
the preferred
way.
method of suicide.
It's the easiest way to do it.
Oh,
Speaking
Are you
of
a cretin?
I rather.
Are you sure you should be allowed out unsupervised?
No, certainly not. Poor lad. All right. Are any of the other crew members starting to gather? Is everyone that's on the ship here at this point?
Why don't you just do a perception check really quick? I mean, it looks like all of them, but why don't you look around specifically to see if you notice anyone missing?
Okay. That is a 16.
And that is a heavy dice also.
Metal. Metal dice.
You're looking around, and the only person you don't see is the chef, Kodak.
Interesting.
The half-orc chef. And he, the whole time he's been very nice. He's made people really good breakfast. He makes a lot of food. I mean, albeit a little bit spicy, but he served everyone drinks. He's been a good sport. Usually goes to bed around midnight. Seems like a hard worker. But yeah, he is not present.
Having observed that, I'm going to nudge the captain gently in the shoulder and say, far be it from me to point the finger of blame, but there seems to be someone missing from our little convivial gathering here, and that murder would take someone rather strong, I think.
Perhaps so. You were playing? It's old Kodak, did it?
That it's the fellow who isn't here at the moment. I wonder
That's
where
true.
he is after a scream roused the entire ship.
Yes, and the captain, you would know because you're the captain. You know his
That's right.
quarter. You, the first mate, and the captain, and you, the first mate, and Kodak, the chef, have the nicest quarters. And then the two sailors, the gnome and the human girl, both have employee quarters that are a little bit larger than a regular passenger quarter. But you know, Kodak is like a really nice room, actually, at the very, very end of the same hallway everyone's standing in,
All right.
all the way at the far end.
Let's go knock him out then, I suppose.
I think that has rather a different meaning in my dialect.
Well, I mean, knock on his door, wake him up.
Oh, is that what that means?
That's right.
I've heard it in an entirely different context.
Do you think I was going to impregnate him?
Stranger things have happened.
That's true, but I'm not biologically equipped for that, I'm afraid. Not after,
Eric,
not after that accident involving the herring, anyway. Right.
your first mate, Eric, the dwarf, Eric Coppertoe, he says, "But Captain, shouldn't we do something? Shouldn't we do a full sweep? I mean, he could still be at large. What if
That's
it was a
right.
stowaway? What if it wasn't even one of us? Or if it was Kodak, we're in trouble. Then he could snap my neck."
Well, why don't I tell you what then? Why don't we do a roll call? We'll get everybody up on the top deck, and we'll do an inspection. If we see anybody covered in blood, we'll know they've been interfering. Either way, if they don't show up for the roll call, we'll know that there's something suspicious going on with it.
But Captain, if it was a stowaway, how are they going to show up for the roll call? They won't know to show up.
Well, that's a good question. But then we've got everybody in one place. We can search the rest of the ship, can't we?
Well,
It's not that
Captain.
big of a ship. I imagine it wouldn't take long to sweep through
It's-
once they know where everyone is.
She's a fine vessel, but not a massive one. We shall be able to assemble everybody on the top deck and search the rest of the ship.
It's not the size of the vessel, but what you do with it.
And the motion of the ocean.
What is the name of this ship, by the way?
This ship is the Siren's Cry.
Okay,
That's right.
like the name of the event. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Like the name of the adventure. Excellent job, Adam. Brilliant deduction.
All right, then. That's what we're going to do then. So we're going to assemble all the passengers, all the crew, up on the top deck.
Okay. Are you going to do anything with the chef, or are you all going to just go straight up to the top right now?
We're going to send everybody else, accompanied by the first mate, up to it. Get the first mate to assemble everybody. I'm going to personally go knock on Kodak's door.
Okay, he'll go. All right, you heard the captain. Everybody, come on up the stairs. Everybody, meet by the captain.
Everybody upstairs. Come on, don't dilly-daddle.
John, what's your character's name?
Billy Bar.
Oh, he's gonna go. Billy Bar, not you. You go grab the mops and buckets. You know you're gonna be on cleanup over here.
Oh, damn it.
You help Captain move the body here, clean up the blood. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, throw a sheet over her or something.
Okay.
The human girl that's like the other sailor that was crying and screaming immediately and like alarmed everyone. She just kind of like backhandedly makes like a face at you, at the gnome. Wow, you have to go clean like a. But she's always mean to him, always.
Oh, the poor thing.
But what do you guys do? I mean, I can speak for some of the NPCs. I know that the human man that looked like a big game hunter, and he had like when he first showed up, he had like multiple crossbows and stuff. But they asked him to store it down below. He had like a trunk with him and all these like things. He like is sitting there with his big beard, and he's like, "Well, hell, all right, I ain't getting in the hide. I'll meet y'all up top." And he just starts walking up there.
Yeah, I'm like right behind him, just like, oh, let's get this over with.
Yeah, the tiefling guy walks upstairs. Everyone else is walking up, but I mean, are let's say it this way, are any of you going to do anything besides walk up?
No.
Hand on up.
All right.
Billy Bar's stuck taking care of the body.
Watching
Is
it with his
anybody else?
bucket.
Did the sailor go up with them, or is he?
Well, the sailor went up. Yeah, the sailor went up there with him. Now it's just the the first mate told you to go grab a bucket and a bucket and some soap and a mop and everything, and now it's just you and the captain, I guess, because the first mate's going up there, kind of making sure everyone goes up top like the captain had wanted.
Don't worry, Captain. I got this under control down here.
I'm proud of you, son. Well done there.
So, Captain, are you going to just leave him, Captain Goldenbeard? Are you just going to leave him there and with the body, or what are you going to do? You're going to go wake up the chef?
I told him to go throw a sheet on her or something, cover her up, give her some decency.
Okay.
I go deal with Kodak.
All right. So all of you start marching your way up the stairs, and you start to assemble on the upper floor that's like outside to the elements on top of the ship, and you all start to gravitate towards the central area where it's near like the Capistan, where you would drop and raise the anchor, and the first mate and the sailor are both kind of standing there directing people into a group. Everyone's kind of walking that way. Meanwhile, the captain, you make your way, Captain Goldbeard, you make your way down the hall to the furthest end room, and it's a large room that's on the front, on the back of the ship, so it's like a triangle shaped room.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you go right up to the door, and you know that's where Kodak sleeps, or where he lives.
All right, I'm gonna knock on it first. Kodak,
You knock.
it's the captain.
You don't hear anything from inside.
Right, I'm coming
There's
in.
no response.
I'm coming in.
All right, you go.
Wakey, hands off, Snakey.
Yeah, you grab it, and it's locked, but you do have a key ring where you can open any door in the ship.
Well, that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay. What'd you say to him?
What'd you say?
He said, "Wakey, wakey, hands off staking."
Trying to message people back. You open it up.
Wait, message people back.
I have like 6 people messaging me. It's getting wild over here. It's like all of you. I mean, there's only 5 of you, but all of you are doing it. You open it, you knock, and nothing happens. It's locked. You unlock it, you open it, and you just hear, and you just look and you see this giant half orc sleeping on the bed. Around his head is like a swirling mass of black, like darkness. That's just like a little bit larger than his head, but you hear just loud, like snoring noises coming from his room. And other than that, everything looks normal. He has like a large table to the right, and on it is like various knives and some cuts of meat and some cheeses. He actually has like a few different meats hanging and drying in his room. He also has like his, regular chest and things like that, and just the normal stuff that you knew was in his room furniture wise. And you see him sleeping there. There's just some weird black swirling darkness thing around his head.
Well, first things first, I'm going to have me some of that cured meat.
That's right. Steal some of your employees' alcohol.
Well, I don't know if curing jerky counts as alcoholic, but
yeah, not me.
I'm sure I'll find out.
I heard not me.
I'm more of a grog man
jerky.
myself. Salt
You go over
my
there.
favorite.
He's got some meat you're drying. Maybe it's a nice capicola or something.
Well, it's captain's privilege. I'm going to have myself a little try of that. But after that, I'm going to try and do a knowledge arcana check on that rotating black orb thing on his head.
Okay, go for it.
That's a 5.
You're not sure. It looks magic and scary. You've certainly never seen anything like it before.
Well, I'm
But
going
it
to poke
definitely
him.
doesn't look magic. You're gonna what?
I'm going to poke him. Kodak!
His leg will move, and he like is growling and grunting, and then he'll sit up, and you just see the big like very large half orc body, and that thing's on his head, and he's like, "Who is it?" And then his arms come up. He's like, and he like pulls this thing off, and it looks like something he's wearing, and he's just like, "Captain, what
That's
time
right.
is it?
It's very early in the morning.
What are
Come
you?
on, lads.
Is there a fire? What's happening?
There's been a murder.
What?
There's been a murder. The Countess has had her head smashed in the common room.
What do you mean? There's what? A
I
murder?
mean exactly what I say, my lad. The Countess, you know, the
Who
rich,
did it?
the rich lady. I
Who
don't
did-
know, my lad. She had her head smashed in. I'm getting everybody together on the deck. We're going to have a roll call and have a look down people. Make sure we can account for people's whereabouts.
Well, where the hell's everybody now?
On the top deck, I keep telling you about my boy. Come on.
He grabs like that weird swirly thing and like sets it on a bedside table.
One more thing. What the hell is that?
You still don't know anything about it, but he's just like getting up and starts like he's gonna walk over to his table and grab this like butcher knife out of it that's stabbed into it by the cheese. He's like, well then let's go get him.
We're going to find out who to go get first. Oh, you go careful with that knife. You don't want to be sticking it in no one who doesn't deserve it. We haven't got any leads yet. So calm yourself down. Answer me this question. What the hell is that black thing you just had on your head? And then we'll go upstairs to the top deck there.
Oh, this thing?
Yeah, what is that?
Oh, it's just it helps me sleep. It
What
blocks
is
out
it?
light and sound, and you know how it is with these waves. But don't tell
Oh.
everybody; they're gonna be trying to take it from me. Why do you think I'm always in such a great mood? I get great sleep.
That's cheating, I calls it. Cheating. 30 years I had to work to get over my chronic seasickness. All this time, I could have just gone to any shop, bought some kind of magical contrivance.
Wait, Captain Goldbeard spent 30 years trying to get over seasickness instead of just finding another job?
That's why it took me so long to become a captain. I loves the sea. I loves it. It's a cruel mistress.
Okay, just
They used to
For some
call
reason, I
me.
can barely hear everybody.
They used to call me Captain Nauseous.
how
That's
long
another
have you
story
been
for another time.
How long have you been? No, I think I get the story actually. But how long have you been a captain?
I've been a captain now. Well, I've been a sailor most of my life. I've been a captain now probably a year.
Probably a year. When
After a
did it-
round of hypnotherapy, I was finally able to throw off my seasickness. Turns out it was mainly psychosomatic. But now my relationship with the sea is as closer than it's ever been.
Uh-oh.
We lost
Bye,
Jeremy.
Jeremy.
Jeremy's
You lost the DM.
As commanding officer of this vessel, it's my solemn duty to take control of this stream.
Oh shit, we're all dead.
Oh,
I'm afraid so. All right.
Murderer's out and loose, and we're all gonna get whacked upside the head with various oars.
one by one.
Well, if you'd all do me the favor of tying yourselves to the anchor chain, we'll soon get this sorted out.
Totally the way that works.
I really like the idea of everybody going to the top deck and doing a roll call and just inspecting everybody at once. I don't think we ended up doing that on the train one.
Well, I thought when we did the train one, after we did it, I was like, handled that so incredibly badly.
Fair to yourself. It was the first time that you were an authority figure in a murder mystery.
This is true. Yeah, that was more fucking Clouseau than Poirot.
Yeah.
Hey, Clouseau always gets his man anyway somehow.
Keita! No, Keita!
I wonder if we should go ahead and just take a little short break right now.
Why not?
Yeah.
probably.
Yeah.
Now the wheels have come off.
we'll be back in like 5 minutes or so whenever Jeremy gets back, everybody.
Sounds good.
Be right back.
Thank you.
Bom, bom.
We're back. And ready to track down this murderer. Jeremy, who is it?
Well, we'll have to find out.
It would be so nice.
Almost
if it were
got
that
him.
easy. Right,
Almost got him.
That is the one thing that we forgot to think about. Just ask the DM who's the murderer.
I mean, he knows.
You crafty bastard.
So before my internet collapsed on me, Kodak, the half-orc chef, had woken up, and in a start, makes sense. He hears someone got murdered on the ship. He had that crazy magical sound blocking and light blocking device. It just seems like just something he wears to block out light and sound. Sets it on the counter next to him, runs over in a start, grabs that butcher knife, and that is when things stopped working for me. So that is where I left off. I don't know how far you went after that.
I think we talked a little bit about Gerundu being a C6 sea captain, and then he got hypnotized, and that's how he got over it. And I think that's
right.
about it. And then we decided to take a little break.
So yeah, calm yourself down. Obviously, if you feel the need to arm yourself, we'll get to the bottom of this mystery. All right, we will. We'll get him.
Their hands off.
We've got to find out who it is first, though. We can't just go chopping everybody's hands off.
He's like, very well. And he's going to go out in the hall, but he has that knife with him.
All right. So
he's probably the biggest guy on the ship. I mean, he's definitely bigger than the turtle. I do wonder, like, who weighs more, though, because the turtle shell and stuff. But he is.
The turtle probably weighs more because of that shell.
Yeah, so the turtle might be big.
And you don't know what's in that shell either. It's a fucking nightmare in there.
I don't want to know. There are some questions that I just don't ask.
It smells. Oh, fuck.
So you two begin making your way down the hall, and then you're going to go back up and meet everyone else. Meanwhile, up top on the ship, while he's doing this, you all have been corralled together, and you are now in a circle, and people are talking and bickering, kind of like panicking over the situation that has happened. What are you all doing? You are now up top in the human female sailor and the first mate, who is the dwarf Eric. They're both kind of like trying to get you all to calm down. Everyone just stay quiet here. The captain will be here in a minute. And they're like talking to you all. What are you all gonna do?
I'm perched on a railing, just like intently watching everyone, not letting my back be to anyone. So
like on the side of the ship.
Yeah, basically just like perched on the edge there, very, very cat-like, all casual indolence, but very like alert and watching everyone, because if someone's a fucking murderer, I don't want them to come up behind me.
He's like, hey, you cat, don't be falling off the ship now. We got enough problems here.
Do I look like someone who goes falling off of ships?
So yeah, anyone else can do anything specifically while you're all, while you're in this group, while the captain and the chef are making their way back up here, as far as you know?
I'm going to be trying to talk to Elstree, and I don't know that there's going to be a whole lot calming him down if his fiance's been smashed in the head, but gotta try and
give it the old college try.
Yeah.
Okay, he's like, I just don't. Why would somebody want to kill her? Why would someone do this?
I don't know. That is something that we need to figure out.
And with a paddle, she's not some common. She's not a criminal or something.
Well, exactly. That's
how you
all
execute
sorts of
them
brutality
in the dungeons, right? With oars.
Yeah, that's how I heard. That's how I heard it's done.
But that would indicate a level of brutishness that is far below what I would expect from anyone associating with the Countess. I mean, look at us. Neither of us would stoop to anything like that.
But what are we going to do when we get to the place? What about the excavation? What about the funding and the money and the whole trip? And
what
about my marriage, my home? What about Snoodles? Snoodles is like it's like a giant crab that he has as a pet. What about Snoodles?
Well, you and Snoodles are welcome to live with Alicia and myself. We will care for you as if you had already married the Countess.
Yeah, don't you worry about that. I mean, we've already pre-funded the entire excavation, so we're good there. But I do want to stress the fact that if we don't catch this murderer before we dock, they're gonna just lock down this entire ship. We're gonna be stuck here until the murderer is caught, and then somebody else may find the excavation site before us. So we really need to get to the bottom of this before we dock. So, do you know of anybody who would want to hurt your fiance or your wife? I already forgot. Fiance, I think. Yes, fiance.
John Speed, while you're asking this, can you also make an insight check for me?
Well, you know how I've been rolling tonight, so probably not.
You are the group's cartographer. You are part of the crew. There's an archaeologist, a cartographer. You have a seasoned explorer. You have, the Countess herself, who is kind of leading this excavation, and you were all going to set up a dig site. So you are part of this pretty close-knit group, and then you know the fiance fairly well. He's not part of your group, but you know him. He came with you all. He's not, skilled in the way that everyone else is.
I got a 15.
So you're thinking, you're looking around, thinking, why would, asking, who would want to hurt her? Why would anyone want to do this? This doesn't really make any sense. One thing that kind of crosses your mind is that the Danny's character, the archaeologist, is married, very recently married to the Countess's daughter, who stayed back in Waterdeep. And as far as you know, that makes him and the daughter the heirs of the whole fortune, of one of the richest fortunes in all of Waterdeep, because the Countess is now dead. That's something that crosses your mind. Just when you're like, who would want to hurt her? That's something you think about, because you do know them well enough. You know that personal history about the family at this moment.
Now that I think about it, Eldrin, you might have better insight than anybody, right? You are so close to the Countess. She is your mother-in-law now. Newlywed. What has it been, like a 10-day now? That's pretty recent.
Yeah, fairly recent. Not too much longer than that, but it's one of those things. How well do you really know your mother-in-law until some time has passed?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, that is funny. But what's like the whale situation? Do you know that? Just like I'm just trying to go down the line.
And what are you implying here?
No, I'm just thinking it's interesting, right? I mean, it's just so recent, and it's just man, it's quite a coinkydink.
How foolish would I have to be to murder my mother-in-law within a month of my marriage? That would be preposterous.
I mean,
that would be a very stupid thing to do. Do I look like a stupid man to you?
No, I'm just thinking, it could be. I'm just thinking you might be closest in, so you might know some other people that may be along the line of inheritance, maybe.
As far as I know, her daughter would inherit should anything happen to the Countess.
So, her daughter, your wife.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Okay, I'm just trying to, just spiderweb whiteboard it and try to get in my mind some kind of suspects. I'm just gonna place you not very high. I'm just gonna put you on the board, if that's okay. Not on the
Do
top,
I look
just on the board. Just on the board. It's a big board. Eldrin, it's a big board.
Eldrin, you wouldn't have really done that, would you?
I certainly would not.
What's this guy's name, Jeremy, again?
Elstree.
Elstree.
Okay.
Yeah, Elstree.
Elstree, you're one step higher on the board also, so it's a big board. It's all in my mind. It's just a vast landscape, but there is a board.
Who asked you, John? And he hurts him. He goes to shove you. He's kind of thin and frail, and he just pushes you.
John, here, have a carrot. And I reach in my shell and pull out a carrot for John, a big one of those cartoon carrots.
No, you're John, and he said it to you.
Oh, I am John. Just have a carrot.
What I told, and he's just holding it now. Like, it's like a limp carrot. It's not even like fresh and like crisp.
Yeah, but it calmed it down a little bit,
A
didn't it?
sweaty shell carrot.
It's been there at least 2 days.
Not like a turtle cage.
Oh.
He's like, I don't want your carrots, and he just throws it on the ground.
Elstree, come.
Who's just slurring my decks with carrots?
And as all this is happening, and this conjecture, and these almost just short of accusations, the captain and the chef come walking up the stairs.
Ah, there he
Yeah.
is, the man of the hour.
Too sweet to be sour.
I'm amazed at how fast you came back with
Drew
that.
has like just this
Always
massive
ready.
dictionary of
Folksy
like
wisdom
wrestling
bullshit.
reference.
yeah, I don't even know what the word for it is, but
I watch a lot of wrestling promos.
He's such a witty retort.
Nice.
The chef is coming up. He's just like, everyone's staring at him. He's like, hey. He realizes everyone's waiting on him. Hey.
Hello. Welcome.
Right then.
And I'd imagine
First-
when you passed the room, you would have said, like, yeah, there she is. And like, I imagine our gnome friend here was like caring for that as you walked past the room. Or were you in there when he came walking past?
That's the question.
Yeah,
What's his name? Billy Bob Lob or something?
Billy Bar.
Billy Bar?
Billy Bar.
Can I just say out of character? I love Billy Bar, like, and I would die for Billy Bar. Out of character, in character. Well, no, I guess not in character because my John Speed doesn't think this, but I, Adam, think that fucking Billy Bar is some shifty ass character.
So, yeah, Billy Bar would have been doing as the captain ordered. You know, he's working on cleaning it up, and he's got his mop, and he sees the captain. He's like, "Oh, hey, captain!" And he's like, he accidentally slips in the blood and stumbles and falls into it and everything. Don't worry, captain, I got it. I got this, captain. I got it under control. You go on and take care of everything upstairs.
Yeah,
No,
you
I
know,
don't think I'll be
he's
doing
covered
that.
in blood, essentially. He's like all over him now. He's like slipped in it. Like you walk past and he's like, "Oh, captain!" He like falls on his back and he's literally the blood's all over.
Oh, damn it. This is my good shot.
I'd hate to see your bad one. I'm obviously not paying you enough. Right, I tell you what. You leave that alone for now. You come upstairs with us.
Okay, captain.
While we search for who has blood on them, come
Well,
on up.
He didn't have blood on him. We've all seen him already. We're in the crime scene. He didn't have blood on him. I left him alone for 5 minutes.
Did you at least put
My
a
bad.
or a tablecloth or anything over the body? Like
Yeah,
you
there
guys-
was I put a tablecloth
Okay.
over her.
So yeah, the captain walks up, then there's the chef, and he does the hey, and then you just see the small gnome coming.
Hi, everybody.
Behind them, and he's just covered in blood. Just covered in blood.
It's not mine. I'm okay.
I don't
was-
think anybody was worried
It
it
was
was
an accident.
Not, in fact, my first concern.
In his defense, I will say this. We all saw him before. He wasn't covered in blood. I told him to clean up, and now he is, because he's a half-wit. My bad. I shouldn't get...
Captain.
I'm sorry.
No, gnome. I'm a
No, you're a
gnome.
gnome. That's right.
You can at least get your own. Are you sensible enough to get your own race right, let alone anything else?
Well, I'm a little
Well, this is-
short for a gnome, even. Like a
This is
tall
what I'm saying.
halfling.
Obviously, you know,
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to run a toy ship here. We've got to economize in certain places. I gave the fella a chance. It's not his fault.
Oh.
Bless him. Right. We all know he wasn't covered in blood before. It's because I told him to clean up. And it's not his fault. He's
I was
not
putting
very
the
good.
over the Duchess, and then I slipped in the blood.
Also,
I mean, look at him.
I think this is a good point to point out. A good time to point out. If at any time someone would like to make any sort of insights checks or to see if anyone's lying, telling the truth, you can simply just call for that. I know normal D&D, the DM would ask you to make one. If you're like, I don't trust them, can I make an insight check? You can do that because there is.
Oh no!
no,
Did we lose
no.
him again?
He'll come back to me. He'll come back.
Jeremy, come back to me, Jeremy.
Oh, is he
Oh,
back?
there he is. He's alive.
Yay!
Did you hear me? What did you hear? What did
You told us that we could roll
call
insight
each
checks.
other out
yeah.
for our bullshit if we
Yeah.
wanted to.
Just from my view, I was like, yeah, and everyone was frozen. Like,
That was
No.
everybody
No.
else's view was the exact opposite of that.
oh, okay.
Yeah, like you blurred and then froze.
Oh, I thought you were all waiting. It was so suspenseful.
Oh
No,
my.
John Speed wouldn't wouldn't have enough faith in Billy Barr to murder anybody, especially with blunt force trauma. Look at those guns.
Yeah, he's very tiny.
Guns were made for mopping.
Do you hire all incompetents, or is this one just the exception?
You've all seen him handling various mops and brooms and things of the like throughout this small short journey, and it's like the broom is so giant. He's like trying to like it's like one of those Japanese or Chinese like ink things where they're like painting the special symbols and it takes like their whole arm. That's him trying to just hold a mop. So it would have been very hard for him to bash someone's head open with this, you would imagine.
So it's more like the mops and the brooms use him as opposed to him using them.
Yeah.
Oh my.
But yeah, I mean, what do you want to do? It's, you guys are up top, waiting, and Captain, you called them up here.
I did.
You did.
Told everyone you wanted them to go up top so you can do a roll call.
Right
Yeah.
then.
Are we all assembled now, Captain?
And now
Here's the
here you
question.
come with your chef that was late, who's holding a large cleaver, and your gnome employee who's covered in blood, and the three of you are walking up where everyone else is after you ordered them there.
Yeah, that seems suspicious.
That's not a suspicious sight at all.
Well,
Could
I can see why you would think that, but again, we were all in there. We've only been gone 5 minutes. She was already dead by the time we arrived. Billy Barr wasn't covered in blood.
Oh.
And he's only covered in blood because he's tried to mop it up. And he's incompetent. So
I mean, it is much easier to assume incompetence, but it also could be that the three of you are in concert. It'd be quite interesting.
I got nothing to hide.
No?
Let's see your chambers then.
Absolutely.
Oh,
All right.
But first, is everybody here?
Okay, how do you want to do it? You're just gonna look around, or you gonna? I mean, it's up to you, Captain. You're in charge
Well,
here.
I don't see the stowaway, Captain.
That's a good lad. Keep your eyes peeled. Yeah, well, I've literally have a look around and count off everybody who should be present and correct, I guess.
Okay. So including yourself, there should be 14 people here.
Yeah.
All right, so you're looking around and you're just kind of checking to make sure, everyone's accounted for. And you're like, look, and there's only, you count 13, go again.
Oh, yeah.
And then you remember.
Down there.
Well, no, you counted him, but then you remember, like, oh, yeah, I'm 14. You didn't
Oh my
count yourself. And
Damn it! I was
and you
gonna
realize-
point over at little Sapphire standing on the fucking ledge.
But
I'm
you
not
realize
standing,
everyone
I'm
is here,
sitting.
including the very short gnome that you almost overlooked, and the Sapphire, little Sapphire, who is perched up on the side of your ship, probably making you nervous, just like sitting on the side of your ship. But I don't know. I guess you already let one person die on this journey.
I'm sure you know your business, but would you mind not perching awkwardly on the railing there?
I'm not perching awkwardly. I'm perching comfortably. I'm quite comfortable here. Thank you.
Well, I should be a lot more comfortable if you weren't on the railing.
I'm a tabaxi, Captain. We land on our feet.
And I'm a captain, Tabaxi, so get off.
You're a Captain Tabaxi? Where are your ears?
I'm a captain, comma. Tabaxi.
There's a comma in there.
Oh goodness! And just like making a show of it. She's gonna actually like get up and sort of like do a front roll off of the banister and come up on her feet. There, happy.
That's the most entertainment I've had all night. So I suppose yes, I'm moderately happy. However, I've still got a corpse of a passenger who hasn't paid me yet.
Yes, and I wonder why you're so nervous about me sitting on a ledge when you have an actual dead body down there.
I don't want an actual dead body floating off in the briny. I have to account for that when we arrive.
Quick question, Jeremy. Do
Yeah.
all the passengers have like individual rooms, or is it like they share rooms with people?
No, every passenger has their own room. There is one royal suite, and that is what the Countess and her fiance had. Everyone else has their own room. And then up top is like, so on the very top, there's like the middle part of the ship where the Capistan is, and there's 2 raised platforms that you stand on top of, and one of them is where the wheel is, and then one's just like a lookout where the middle mast would sprout from. Those 2 upper layers are the first mate's quarters and the captain's quarters. So up top, the only living spaces would be the captain's quarters and the first mates. They're separate, but they're much larger. They're even larger than the chef's quarters were. But everyone has their own, except for the royal suite that was shared by the couple.
Okay.
Yeah, and you and the sailor have your cabins in the very bottom floor. The only thing down there besides that is the kitchen and the storage unit. And then you also know there are guards that they have magical, and they kind of warn people, like some sort of magical creature down there that's like meant to set an alarm or to like.
I don't like them. They're mean.
Yeah, they are mean, and they're meant to.
Don't go down there then.
If anyone was to interfere, but they definitely are mean to you because they're bigger. They're hardly bigger than you. They're like, I mean, they're smaller than you, but barely. They're like the size of your body.
I think they're gonna eat me one day.
Well, they might. Stay out of there.
So was the I know, like,
staff would
was
know
the
about it.
sailor down in our quarters before all this, or had she not come down to the our cabin?
I was just making my way. I don't know why you have to talk like I'm not here.
Where were you? You weren't in our room.
To be fair, that was not Billy Barr's voice whatsoever. That was about 10 octaves deeper.
10 octaves, my goodness.
I don't know anything about octaves. 1 octave could be 10 octaves to me. I have no clue.
Gerundu and I both know music, and we're
Yeah.
just like, yeah, you know? There it is.
She was like, I already told you, I just finished up here, and I was heading down to the cabin for the night, and then I found the body and I screamed.
Likely story.
Well, I mean, we all
It's
did hear the scream.
verifiably true.
We all heard the scream. That's true. Hey, so why don't we? I mean, we got everybody here. So first, why don't we either do some sort of visual inspection or something of all of us, and then after we clear all of us as suspects, then we can turn to a stowaway.
Look for somebody that has blood on them.
Yeah,
Come on.
that's
Just like
what-
stare at Billy Barr.
Yes,
That-
let's take a look.
at a person who
Here.
is covered in blood.
No,
here,
like-
1 second. 1 second. I take the glasses currently on my head, put them up, and then I take I'm gonna do my left monocle. I put my left monocle on, and I'm gonna start doing a visual inspection of everybody, Jeremy.
What is the light situation like up here? Are we still in like pre-dawn darkness?
Yeah, it's like 4 or 5 in the morning, and
Okay.
it's pretty. I mean, it's light because it is the open sea, so the moon does provide a pretty decent amount of light up here, and they probably do have a few torches lit. But it's not terribly bright, but you can see. And then a lot of you, I imagine, have dark vision as well. Yeah, I mean, so you want to visually inspect every person? What do you mean?
I specifically the only thing I would think to look for is blood, and I'm gonna just fucking gloss right over Billy Barr.
Okay, I guess, yeah, go ahead and roll an investigation if you want to just
I'd
look over everyone and make sure they're not covered
Yeah.
in blood.
Yeah, it would be cool if I didn't have to roll 14, but
Do it. Make him roll 14.
I rolled a 21 total. So like obviously like Billy Barr's got blood covered in him. So but other than that, like I'm just seeing if like anybody has any like blood spatter on them, because some people might have some blood on their shoes. We were kind of all like walking through the
Yeah.
crime scene a little bit, but I'm kind of seeing if like if somebody is hitting somebody with an oar, they're gonna get some blood on them. So
And you got a 21.
Sure,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Okay, so you're looking over, everyone. Billy Barr's covered in blood.
Bit of a red herring there.
That I still, yeah.
So it dries. It'll be more of a brown herring.
Oh.
Welcome.
You are looking over at the Triton man, and he seems to have been sleeping. He's just wearing what seems to be some sort of very plain, like black cotton shorts, and then he just has like a t-shirt on. His clothes look relatively fresh, and you know the way he's been dressing all the whole time is like very nice and like a business suit and a business attire and very formal. So he definitely is in fresh sleepwear, and you definitely don't see anything on him. The human male, the explorer, so he's one of the other people that works directly with you. Since you're the cartographer, he came with you on this trip. He is like you, a somewhat wealthy, learned man from Waterdeep, and he contributes to the museum and all that. And he seems to just be wearing some pretty nice plaid pajamas, and you don't see anything on him very much, but you also know that things are a little bit tense with kind of with him. His name is David. You know, he's part of the group, but he just is like grumpy. He's like an older man, and he's kind of like seems like he feels like he should have been, and this is something he's voiced to everyone, like he should have been in charge of the excavation crew, but they had put Eldrin in charge, and he thinks it's pure nepotism. So he's always like, what, you don't even trust me? We've been friends for 20 years, man. He's pissed that you're even just looking at him like this, like in this scrutinizing way. Then you see the man that's like the big game hunter, and he seems to be wearing the same thing he's been wearing the whole time. Doesn't look like he's changed even maybe once this whole trip. He's just wearing like a nasty kind of dirty cloak. He has this big scruffy beard. It's really hard to tell with him. His cloak is covered in so much dirt and scrapes and what you'd imagine is dried blood from many different journeys. He does not look nicely dressed, and he does have a lot of like stains and things all over his cloak and all over his clothing. And he's like, well, would you find what you're looking for? I see you're peeking at me holding up that lantern like some kind of, where were you raised, in a barn?
I just scooch on down. I don't like confrontation.
You just don't even like address him. Okay. You see the tiefling, and the there's the fiance, of course, who you've all kind of looked over pretty well, but then you see the tiefling. The tiefling hasn't really said much. He's the guy that, though he isn't traveling with anyone, he did kind of intermingle with everyone during the social time. He's also dressed in some pretty nice silk pajamas. They're kind of like black, and he's just looking. He's like, what, I have nothing on me, and he's like lifting his arms and things. But then for the rest of you, so that, that kind of describes the NPCs.
I want to get to these four.
Why don't you all tell me what you are all wearing right now? I mean, it was the middle of the night. I feel like the only one that was maybe on shift would be the captain, was walking around at the time. The rest of you, what were you doing? It's 3 a.m.
Well, I'm wearing what I wore to bed, like a loose tunic and trousers. I have shoes on, but they're not laced up. It looks like I like shoved my feet into shoes on my way out the door. And, scruffled, rumpled, looked like I just rolled out of bed, fur kind of everywhere. Bedhead, but all over your body.
Well, I am wearing dark red silk pajamas, 2-piece, button up the front. I've got like house shoes on in the same deep red as the pajamas. The hair it's long and sort of intricately braided, but it's coming out because he's been sleeping on it. So it's got that sort of fuzzy around the edges look. Not quite as put together as he normally looks during the daytime. Maybe a few pillow creases on his face still.
Then Billy Barr was just in his PJs and pajamas,
covered in blood,
black pants and everything. And at this point now is like just covered in blood after slipping while trying to clean up the mess downstairs.
This poor fellow. Does anyone know that spell that can clean you?
No. I wish I did.
I'm afraid I don't either. It'd be very useful about now.
Could set up
The
a
bar
flame.
John Speed, and then the chef is just wearing shorts. He never even put on a shirt or anything. He's just wearing sleeping shorts and has that knife on him. And then the first mate and the sailor, the girl, and then the dwarf, they're both in they weren't in pajamas because they were still working. They were working on the night shift. She was heading back to her room. But no one's like covered in blood or anything. Like, I mean, it's really hard to tell with the guy that's like the big game hunter. He's like smells really bad. And he definitely has stains on him, but he doesn't have like fresh blood that you can see like on him. Though it is pretty dark and you're just using like a lantern. But I mean, it's like you don't see like anyone covered in blood. But you don't really know how long it's been either. What you can guarantee is that most people started going to bed around midnight. About 1:30 in the morning, almost everyone was going off to bed, and there might have been like a very few people, but by then everyone essentially was going to sleep. And I mean, it's time has passed, so that's not necessarily like a write-off either, just because no one's blatantly covered in blood except for the gnome who's blatantly covered in blood.
Well, I think we should assemble a timeline. We know that people clearly went to bed at some point. We know that at some point the Countess must have been left alone with her murderer. Let's work backwards, find out who was where when. There were enough of us around to have alibis, I'm sure. We need to solve this.
How
Yes,
about you?
of course.
How about Kodak then? Since he's been on duty in the common room, presumably. How about that, boy? Were you on duty tonight?
Yeah, but I go to bed around midnight so I can wake up early to make biscuits.
That's all right, lad. Don't worry
Tomorrow's
about it.
Captain Biscuit Sunday.
I love your biscuits, lad. Don't worry about that.
I know.
All I want to say.
Early for you, Captain.
Sunday. I love
And then
Biscuit Sundays.
You kept waking
Only
me up and screaming and
Don't worry about it. It's all right. Calm down. Calm down.
Mr.
All I'm
Kodak, sir.
asking. All I want to
I
know
only
is
have an hour and a half before I have to start mixing it and letting it dry.
breakfast will just have to be late tomorrow.
Captain,
No,
can we
this
let
is more
Kodak go?
important right now.
I don't want to miss biscuits. He didn't do it, Captain.
Especially with this humid air.
I'm not accusing you of anything. What I'm saying is,
Hold-
you see the Countess down there. Was she in there when you went off duty?
Yes, many of them were. He was, and he was, and she was, and he's pointing at points at like the business guy, and he points at the explorer and the archaeologist. He points at the tiefling guy and the fiance and most of the people.
All right.
Not
Was she
everyone.
talking-
A
was
lot
she
of the
talking
workers
to
were
anybody?
working. And some people might not have been there, but people pop their head in and out, and come in for a little bit, leave.
Did you see her talking to anybody? Having any kind of conversations or anything like that when she was in there?
Yeah, she's been talking to everyone the whole time. You should really be thanking her if you could. She's put more than a couple bottles of wine
Oh
in
no!
her tab.
Oh no! Jeremy's a robot. He was the murderer all along.
Jeremy, don't leave us again.
Jeremy, come back.
I do while the dungeon master is disconnecting. I do just real quick want to say, Billy Bar, did you just say that you know that the chef wasn't the murderer?
What?
Well, he couldn't have been. He was sleeping.
Right.
And he got biscuits to make. We can't keep him occupied. He got to make the biscuits.
I have to say, you're arousing my suspicions now. Your insistence on biscuits. Oh, well, I guess we'll resume that when Jeremy returns.
No, let's just keep this conversation going. I don't think we need
All right,
dungeon
well,
master.
what
I want to
about-
find out what's up with this Billy Bar
I
saying
forgot
that.
all about it being Biscuit Sunday, Captain. You know me. I like to get first biscuit of the day.
All right,
I'm
well,
sorry. You consider biscuits more important than finding the murderer, even if the murderer is a friend of yours. That seems odd.
Even if it is the murderer that is the one that's also the best biscuit cooker on the ship, I mean, we still need to arrest the biscuit cooker. They can cook biscuits in the brig, I think.
I think
I don't
We
believe that's
don't
how a ship
generally
is
have
assembled.
like ovens in the brig.
I mean, we can
No.
make an exception for Biscuit Sunday, though, right?
Well, maybe.
the kitchen is full of knives. Why would you put a murderer in the kitchen full of knives?
I'm saying... okay. Hey, Jeremy, so we're just talking about maybe locking up the chef and then having him make biscuits in the brig. So that's what you've missed.
Why would that have happened?
No, wait. No, we were not actually suggesting that. I think more we're leaning towards Billy Barr.
Being very much like, no, he can't be the murderer. He has to make biscuits, which makes me think he's covering for him.
Yeah.
But then again, I know Billy Barr. I think Billy Barr just really wants these biscuits.
No, you're not.
So I went
Captain-
to sleep at midnight, and then you come waking me up, and now we're here.
All right, so at midnight, the Countess was still downstairs. I was down there. Who else was in the common room? Show of hands.
I was.
Yeah, the businessman, the Triton male, he raised his hand. He was there. The tiefling gentleman was still there. The fiance's weakly raising his hand. LSG. The explorer, David, the older gentleman, he had actually went to bed a little bit earlier that night. And the chef went to bed at midnight. The sailor and the first mate were starting their shift, and they were still working at that time. And the Countess was up for sure at that time, at least at midnight.
Where was the sailor at?
She was like, I was working. We already went over my story 3 times, Bill Barr.
Billy Barr!
More like Dill Bar. Why did you ever hire this idiot? I'm sick of having
I'd like to.
He was cheap.
Can I do a perception on her breath?
Yes.
I forgot about the wine.
I was going to ask if I could insight the sailor because she's getting awfully chirpy.
I rolled a 17 on perception to
Wow.
see if I...
So you now they've definitely publicly been going at each other's throats all night. So what you say might not be like, and you're covered in blood, might not just like count for the most, but you are like, man, she fucking smells like wine, and her lips are red, and she's drunk, and her cheeks are rosy, and she already just admitted she was on her way off her shift. So why was she drinking on shift?
Yeah! What he said!
I gotta say, I don't appreciate
You've been
drinking on
touching the
duty.
bottle again while you're on shift, haven't you?
What? I never
Again?
touched the bottle. No.
What's all this about
No,
again?
you just take the whole bottle. You don't just touch it. I know. I see what you do while I'm mopping the decks.
You're the one with the alcohol problem, Bill Barr.
You
Right,
know,
that's enough of that.
yeah,
Right, cut that shit out
no,
right now.
No, real
The
quick.
Duchess caught you taking
shut
a
up.
nip, didn't she?
Billy Bart.
Billy Barr, I do want to decide to get you real quick because you definitely just said whopping the deck. So how much have you been drinking tonight?
The human who's like kind of snappy, she's like, shut your snapper, turtle. And then she's looking back over and she's like,
Now that's racist.
I'm sick of you pointing fingers at me when you're the one who's hiding all those bottles under your bed. And she says that to the gnome.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have bottles.
I should very
Captain,
much like
does
to
the
know exactly what's going on here.
Captain, does
Like,
the
check
entirety
that
of
shit.
your crew have a drinking problem?
Well, if they do, it's news to me.
That's not all right.
He's like,
No,
never
it's
been a
not
problem.
all right.
before.
I agree.
This is a
It's
death
not.
ship long before she got her head bashed in.
Now,
My
if folks
God.
want to drink when they're off duty, that's absolutely fine. But we maintain a strict shift rotation. And if they've been abusing my trust, then I believe you me, I am just as upset as you. This is
If
terrible.
she's just got off shift, then how the hell is she so plastered?
Kodak will go, what do you mean hiding under your bed? 2 bottles of wine went missing yesterday.
Really?
She drank them.
It wasn't me, it was you. Go look under his bed. He always has them in there. He's probably got them saved up from the past 6
I do not, you lying sack of crap.
That would, to be fair, now that would explain a lot about how you can't even mop up a simple bloodstain without covering yourself, who you've absolutely pissed as a fart the entire time. Right.
Captain, I'm sorry. I tried my best.
Well,
Well,
I mean,
I'm not-
I mean, a good-sized bottle of wine goes a lot further when you're this tall.
That's true.
I'm
That's true.
wondering if 2 bottles went missing yesterday, have any more gone missing overnight? Perhaps the Countess witnessed something she shouldn't have witnessed.
entirely possible.
Like a
Is there-
crewman snipping off with the bottle.
Is there any way,
like
Captain,
a
that,
crewman
that you
slipping
could
off the
that you could check the wine store and see if anything's gone missing that someone would bash her over the head for?
Well, I suppose we could go check it out. I think I would have thought Kodak would be the best qualified to know that.
Yeah, we can go to the kitchen, but won't your pets get a little excited, Captain? So many unauthorized personnel.
Your pets?
And he's
It's just
referring to your guards that you have.
It's the security measures we have in place to ensure the safety of your goods as we're in transit. I don't recommend that any of you go down there. It will be quite bad.
Duly noted. I find it interesting that you have things that are willing to savage passengers to at least bloodied.
It's a secure area of the ship. It's
security. If say for example I wanted to go down and check on my goods while we're in transit, that would warrant.
I would not recommend it. They have mean things down there.
Not without me, anyway.
Yeah, Captain Goldbeard, you know that
Goldbeard.
Goldbeard.
Oh, he's Goldbeard as far as I'm concerned. Goldbeard. You know that. You have. I just remembered something. You have 2 different pets.
I do have a slightly different pet as well.
You have a slightly different pet. The first mate also has a pet, but you know that you could call them off or order them and they wouldn't attack, but they're going to be like still pretty scary, your guards. You do know you can bring them downstairs, but they do listen to you, but they are trained also to attack intruders, and there's like a lot of people. You're going to be bringing down like 14 people at once into the basement, and you can try it if you want, but that is where the kitchen is, and that is where the pantry is, and that is where the wine storage is.
I don't want to bring 14 people down there at all. I think I would like to keep the majority of folks up here under the careful watch of my first mate. And then those of you who are gonna stick your noses into my business and doubt my sincerity as a captain, I suppose you can accompany me.
I would very much like to do that.
Many more than that, though, and you'll be in trouble.
The dwarf goes, "You can trust me, Captain. I'll keep an eye on him."
I've trusted you so far for this many years, my lad. I'll keep doing it for now.
Okay, look, we don't want to just do the buddy system, because if either Captain or a little Sapphire or the murderer, they could murder the other one, and it'd be a whole thing. So let's do pairs of 3. I will.
Pairs of 3.
Pairs by definition, 3. A pair is 2 there, my lad.
A pair and a half, and then I will accompany you 2 down.
I think they're called groups, my dear sir.
A trio, and I will be down with you 2.
Well, I'm not letting the sailor out of my sight.
Okay, Billy Bart, no, you're good. You stay up top with everybody else. Eldrin.
I'm not staying up here with him. I'm going to go with you guys.
Why? Because we know you did it, you drunken
Because I'm sick of listening to your stupid no mouth.
I'm sick of listening to both of you.
No, yeah, exactly.
You're staying here with him.
Yeah.
You can go to the opposite side of the deck. Don't even look at him.
No, actually, I want you 2 to stay next to each other, because it's kind of funny when you 2 have conversations. So,
are you? You're not even...
I can hear through my headphones you talking to other people. I'm going to go down. I'll be right back.
Right.
All right. Well, I'm going with
that. All right.
So who's all going downstairs and who's staying?
I would like to come along just to have a look at all of this.
The first mate, Eric, is staying because he was ordered to by the captain to watch everyone.
If everyone's going down, he can come down too.
Oh, is it everyone?
It might be.
I'm not gonna have all 14 people tramping through the secure area. If a couple of you want to come down, verify what I'm saying is true, that's fine.
Is the body just laying downstairs still?
Yes.
Still covered by a tablecloth.
Okay. So which of you are all of you going down? Are there any of you that are going to stay up top?
The captain ordered me to stay, so I have to.
Oh, you can come with me then. Come on.
All right, Captain.
No.
Try not to mess anything up.
Okay, well, if everybody's going down, I'll go up top just to keep an eye on things. I don't want there to be a ruckus.
That's right. You keep an eye on that drunken woman.
How big is the below decks area?
It's
huge.
It's pretty large. It's about the size of the whole second floor.
But it's also mostly filled with our stuff, right?
True. Yeah, there's a large portion of it dedicated to storage. There's
so how much walking room is there then?
There is enough, and the kitchen itself is large. I mean, it's about as much room as it's more room than was in the common area. It's like that and then some.
Okay.
Everyone could fit down there. It's just he's got dangerous guard pets.
I don't want to agitate him.
You know what?
Excuse me.
I reckon I'll stay up here so that it's not too crowded down there, and trust that the captain will actually tell us the truth. And if not, well, we'll know a few other things, won't we?
I've got just as much at stake here as you have. I want to make sure that, I'm able to continue my business. It's not good for me having people murdered.
I'd reckon you have more at stake than I do. I'm just your passenger. This is your livelihood, Captain.
It might be your life.
Well, it could also be yours, though, too.
That's true. However, I've got ways and means. I'm all right. This is my shit. Anyway, right. That's quite enough self-incrimination for now. I'll wander down.
The ranger with the big beard, he's like, well, hell, I'm staying here. I'm about to have me a chaw. And he just starts putting in like a tobacco dip.
Yeah, nobody even like asked you to go down.
Now, I saw y'all looking over here.
Spit that over the side.
You were about to ask what? You were just smoking a cigar yesterday.
Yeah, that's right. I didn't knock it out on the deck.
Smoking is rather different than spitting.
Well, shit, I'll just put it in.
Gross.
There's a body to attend to, sir. And he's just going to walk over to the side and he'll spit into the ocean and then look at you like, is that okay?
Yeah, that's exactly what I asked you to do. So, yeah, that's A1 okay. Thank you very much.
I think everyone would. I think the other people are going to just stay unless, because most of the people are going to stay. And I think only those that insist to go with would.
Yeah. As soon as the captain is out of sight, I'm going to go back to perching on the rail.
Okay. Yeah, that guy puts in another dip as soon as the captain leaves too. So.
All right.
He looks at you and goes, I don't give a damn.
Barely.
If I come back up deck and find bloody tobacco spit all over my deck, I'm going to have you flogged. Right.
Damn right, I'm tired of cleaning that shit up.
Oh!
All right, so you're
from a
going
little
down.
man.
And then you say that as you're going down the stairs. Okay, so Tiana, are you the only one staying?
I know I'm staying.
Yeah, so.
Okay, so the four of you, or the three of you, and the four of you, because the chef as well, all start walking downstairs. You go down the main stairs. There's the common area where you see the body still laying underneath the white sheet. You go down the hall. There are let's see, I can tell you exactly. There are 12 rooms on either side going all the way down. So total 24 rooms. At the very end is the chef's quarters and then stairs that take you down to the lower deck. And you all go downstairs. And when you get to the lower deck on the employee level, it's kind of like a long hallway. Across from the hallway is a large door, and that is the locked passenger storage area, and that's where they're keeping all their big belongings and their dangerous weapons and things like that. That's the room that no person on the ship at all, except for the captain, is allowed to go through. There's one door on the inside. There's another one on the outside of the hole that has a ramp that you load up in. But the guards you have are basically trained to attack anyone except for you that tries to go into that room. There's also two larger cabins, and that is the two sailors' cabins, so the gnome and the human girl. There's a normal storage room that's not locked, and it's just extra supplies and ropes and flour and water and salt and stuff like that. And then there's a long hallway, and then at the very end is the kitchen. But when you're all coming down here, those of you who are not employed might be surprised to learn what these guards are. As you come down here, you will see it's dark. There's a couple sconces on the wooden walls, and there's candles that are burning to kind of provide a little bit of light. And you see this floating sphere that's maybe a little bit bigger or about the size of a bowling ball, maybe actually a little smaller. And it starts floating up, And then there's this glowing single eye in the center of it that's staring at you, and then 4 little tendrils with little eyes on them. And there's 3 gazers that come floating up, and they start examining and staring at all of you, blinking. Well, you would know, Captain. This is 3 of your favorite pets, Inky, Blinky, and Clyde.
That's
and
right.
They are your gazers that live in the basement, and they are guards set to attack and sound an alarm if anyone comes down here without you. They kind of come up and they're like, all of them like, they start hissing. They have these really sharp teeth. All 4 of their little eye stalks come up and they're examining you with their big eye narrows. And then once they like realize it's you, they kind of go back to like slightly less aggressive looking, but they seem to be very like literally gravitating, getting a little bit too close to the rest of you that aren't really allowed down here, the non-employees. This is the kind of stuff that Billy Bar's got to deal with every single day. This is the kind of things that he's terrified of, and he's afraid they're going to eat him one night. And even though they're trained to not attack him, they growl at him every time.
They're so mean to me.
They're rude to everybody, lad.
Tucked up right next to the captain right now.
Don't touch me. You're absolutely disgusting, covered in blood.
Sorry, Captain.
Very
This is my
interesting.
dress
Keep him
uniform.
away from me, Captain. I
One of
don't
the
like
gazers
them.
sniffs Bilbar, and he's in perfect replication of the girl's voice. It's like, you idiot, and sniffs him, you idiot. And it seems to be mimicking the sailor girl's voice perfectly.
I guess me every time that they're great.
That is an excellent trick.
It is, isn't it? Right. Oh, satisfied? Is there anything in particular you wanted to see down here?
Well, we were going to check the wine stores.
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember now.
Okay, so you can keep on walking, and as you're walking, like they're kind of like having like a low hum of a growl constantly, and they're like floating behind the non-employees, just kind of like keeping multiple eyes on them, and as you guys make your way all the way to the far end, so opposite of the stairs, there is the very large kitchen, and you open it up, and from first glance everything seems normal. It's not like it's ransacked or anything. I mean, everything's fine. There's like a large table in the middle, has different cutting boards and knives set up. There's all sorts of different spices and oils and herbs and alcohols and different liquids. There's different barrels of wine. Some of it's made for cooking. There's also nicer bottles of wine made for drinking. There's like a dry storage pantry. When you walk in this room, it's immediately clear that this room has. I mean, they are kitchen knives, but this room has probably more weapons than anything else on the ship. There are at least 12 knives in this room that are quite large. Just different things of all sorts. There's a burning kind of some coals under a cauldron that are seem to be ever burning, maybe from some sort of magic spell, and there seems to be some liquid bubbling in there. It's a soup that he likes to work on for multiple days at a time, and he keeps reducing it again and again and again. It's one of the chef's pride recipes. But yeah, what do you all want to do? You walk in here, and at first glance, Captain, everything looks normal, and the chef doesn't seem alarmed by anything at first glance. Looks normal to me.
Is there any wine missing?
For it.
Oh yeah, wine. And then he's gonna walk in and go towards the dry storage, and he starts to open it and look inside. Do you guys want to do anything while he does that, or are you just kind of waiting for him to investigate the wine cabinet?
I would like to just look around and see if there's anything additional that may seem out of place.
You do notice he has a lot more cured meats hanging from the ceilings, and they do actually seem to have a whole hog roasting over some sort of low burn fire, like a pit fire. It's actually a very impressive kitchen, especially when you think about it being on a ship, but a lot of it's probably due to magical means.
Right.
But no, nothing really seems abnormal other than the fact that you do take notice that, man, there's a lot of weapons in here. But I mean, knives weren't banned in the first place. But nothing really seems odd. He turns around, no, just missing 2 from yesterday.
Are you a magic user?
Not really. I mean, and he does this, and he can make a little flame. That's it. Just a little trick I learned for quick start.
How does your kitchen get maintained?
Oh well, I feed the stove wood, and as long as I don't break curse, it keeps burning.
A curse?
Well, spell, curse, I don't know. What is it, Captain, again?
I don't know much about that sort of stuff, really. I have a bit of a background in it, but we mainly just leave that to the mages and when we put in at shore. They maintain that kind of thing for us.
All right.
But I don't see nothing missing. I mean, knives are here, salt is here. He runs over, like, seems like especially kind of concerned for a second. Oh, truffle's still here.
Yeah,
Those
we
were
wouldn't want to
quite
lose that.
delicious in the meal.
Definitely wouldn't want to lose that, especially not with the menu planned for tomorrow.
Oh yes, Captain.
Really?
Was it Captain Special Biscuit Day or something?
That's right, it's Captain Special Biscuit Day.
Biscuit Sunday.
Captain Special Biscuit Sunday.
And then we're having a nice round of fish fingers, only the finest cod.
With truffles.
That's right.
Oh,
Only the best at the captain's table,
all
apart
right.
from the corpse underneath it.
Meanwhile, the rest of you up top, you're looking and you see like the sun slowly rising, and you feel like you probably have maybe about exactly 59 minutes left.
Oh my.
Oh.
I'll like stretch under the rising sun, like look for the nearest sunbeam to warm up in a little bit. It's chilly out here on the sea.
While they're downstairs, are you doing anything besides just waiting up here? What are the rest of you doing? A lot of the NPCs are just kind of relaxing. The one ranger with the really dirty attire and the big nasty beard, he's just still dipping on the side.
Gross.
Oh no, Jared is gone.
Oh no!
Like,
I hear him kinda.
He's doing the robot thing again.
Struggling.
No, but
His connection is just like fighting for it.
so Tiana, Little Sapphire's up here too.
Yeah, Little Sapphire's up here.
the fiance
Oh, the
is
fiance is doing something.
slowly just coping, just sitting by himself, like
It's like he's stuck in a container of Jello, and he's trying his hardest to break
He's trying
out.
so hard. Well, a gelatinous cube beeps him.
Oh, he's gone. It got him. I'm gonna go to
Little Sapphire's up there, and I think most of the part of the
NPCs.
archaeology party is up here too, right?
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna go up to Little Sapphire and be like, okay, so I was using some like unfurl my map and okay, so I was using representational fraction. And I'm looking, and by the time, based on the stars' position of the sun, it looks like we're gonna be getting to town in like 59 minutes or so. So we really need to get to the bottom of who killed this person if we don't want to be stuck on the ship for just days on end. And
we really do, and I don't want to be stuck on this ship. I've had quite enough of ship.
There's gonna be so much red tape and bureaucracy where they're gonna really it's gonna take forever for them to do their official investigation. So I think we need to do mob mentality. Get our own justice, find out who did this before we land in dock.
I also want to add really quick. I noticed I was looking at the ongoing time and not the actual countdown. You have an hour and 34 minutes.
I was gonna say.
I was looking at the countdown on the thing,
at
going,
the full ongoing one. Okay, that makes more sense. So we're writing that in.
An hour and a half about. I was gonna wait to.
Oh man, it looks about an hour and a half.
Yeah.
You were saying something about what the fiance was doing. And
oh yeah, the fiance.
Cube.
Yeah, I got done explaining it, and you guys were all frozen again. But then it was really just me frozen.
That was you, man. Sorry.
Yeah, the tiefling just sitting there like disgruntled that he has to like waste his time. It looks like the fiance, he's just kind of trying to hold it together, kind of sitting there like with his arms crossed, like sitting down on like a little like a box or something, just trying to like not. Like trying to take this all in. It's really only been 40 minutes or something since you found out about it. And it's not like it was peaceful or something. It was very violent and brutal death too. So
yeah,
it's he's just trying to hold it together.
Well, and tell me if I'm wrong, it's Mr. Speed, right?
Oh, yep. Jonathan Speed. My friends call me Jonathan. You can call me John or Jonathan or Mr. Speed. I will answer any of them.
John, then. I feel like we're going to be friendly. Your group is quite an interesting one, isn't it? I've noticed some interesting tensions between the group.
I mean, yeah. So Countess hired us all. Obviously, Countess herself is very vocal, argumentative, you may say. So obviously, I think wherever she goes, she gets quite a bit of enemies. So to be honest, when I came down and saw her dead, I honestly did not think too much of it. It wasn't too much of a shock. But yeah, the rest of the group, they're pretty cool, I guess. And
I'm afraid I didn't get to know her very well before, well, all of this. I mean, of course, she was always a presence in the common room, but well, someone of her breeding probably wouldn't have much to do with someone of mine.
Yeah, and honestly, between you and me, and like John's like looking around, really like the only reason that Eldrin was even hired as the lead archaeologist for the group is because he had just recently married the Countess's daughter. So that's why I was kind of, giving him the fifth degree, fourth degree, one of those degrees.
One of the degrees, I'm sure.
One of the degrees earlier on, because I was just kind of, I had my suspicions just based on that fact alone. I know, I mean, it's Eldrin's first rodeo. They don't really have it.
And you raised an interesting point when you were talking to Eldrin. I mean, Occam's razor and all of that, the easiest motivator is money. And if I know very little about the Countess, but I'm from Waterdeep. Her name is known all over the place. She's very rich, and that would be enough money to get just about anyone to bash someone in.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty big archaeologist dig excavation, so I was a little curious and a little hesitant why a first-time archaeologist would be placed as the head of the team. So
sure.
Right away, that kind of sent off a couple of red flags for me. But then Countess goes murdered. Eldrin is also the next in line to the heir of the fortune. So yeah, that's why I was kind of throwing out some lines. I don't know.
Well, and out of curiosity, I mean, of course, I don't know Eldrin or his wife at all, but why isn't his wife here with him?
I don't know. I'm honestly not that close with anybody on the team. I was hired just for. I'm the only one that knows the location of the dig site, so they hired me to come and lead the way to the dig site, and I'm gonna be the first one to map the excavation site, and I'm gonna get my name published in Waterdeep Museum. I'm gonna be a big name, but at the moment, that's kind of all I know about the rest of the team. I don't really, other than the Countess being a little bossy, being a little mean, to be honest. Other than that, and knowing the relation between Eldrin and her, and Eldrin's archaeology background. That's kind of the only bits of information I've been going off of.
Yes. I mean, looking at it logically, Eldrin would have the strongest motivation, but the half-orc fellow is certainly the strongest person on the ship. And did you see how that ore was cracked all the way through?
There is no way that Billy Barr did that. There is no way that Billy Barr did that. Did you see those muscles?
Yes.
They were made for mopping, I'll tell you that. He said it himself.
Those guns were made for mopping, I believe was the comment made.
I do, yep, and I'm inclined to believe him.
So, just thinking logically, it would have to be someone strong with a strong motivation to do something like this. Like, I don't know. Is Eldrin very strong? He doesn't look all that strong.
I mean, that's true. Pretty wiry fellow, but I guess if you get enough passion and rage, anybody's. I've seen mother halflings lift a minivan off of a child before, so I mean, anything is possible.
What's a minivan?
It's this thing back in Waterdeep. It's a new contraption. They're gonna be all the rage in like 2,000 years.
So honestly, and I think you're right. I think that it would need a great deal of passion and rage behind that sort of a swing to, I mean, her head was barely on her shoulders and that ore was cracked all the way through. That sort of thing does not come from a casual acquaintance.
Oh, definitely, I agree. But again, like I said, I mean, the Countess, just her personality was very abrasive. So I mean, who's to say that she didn't come across a stranger and just rub them the wrong way, give them an order that they didn't agree with, just try to boss them around, and it just they were having a bad day and just flipped the switch. I mean, really, it's really going to be hard to pinpoint one suspect for the Countess. It seemed like she made quite a few enemies. She got quite a few threats.
Really?
Yeah, just from her being the way she was. I mean, she was not very well liked. Let's just put it that way.
I
talking. David walks up, the human male. That's the explorer and part of your group, and he sees that you two have been talking for a minute, and he's like, he's the older man, and he's the one that was the most disgruntled about not getting the lead on the dig thing, and he's like, "Oh, what are you so talkative all of a sudden? You're the one that's normally hiding in your shell and staying in your room and attached to your books.
Okay,
And now you're just the life of the party all of a sudden. That's strange, John."
First of all, I don't hide in my shell. I sleep in my shell. So if you see me in a shell, please, like that last time when you came knocking on my shell, don't do that. It's very rude. I am sleeping when I'm in my shell. Second of all, I'm kind of agreeing with you. I also think that you probably should have been the leader of this group, and we were just kind of exploring the reason why Eldrin was appointed that role.
Oh, that's easy. It's pure nepotism. It's
right. Exactly. Yeah.
It's a favor for a favor, nothing more. It doesn't matter how hard you work or how many or no, he's a human. How many?
I was gonna say, this is the murderer, this vampire.
And then he's like, and
I
if not
that implication,
and if not pure nepotism,
Silas.
then perhaps even racism. Trying to keep it in the elf bloodline. I see. They don't think they can trust me. What? Because I still have at least 30 more years in me. He's like 60.
Is the Countess an elf? I don't.
The Countess is an elf.
Okay.
A high elf.
High elf.
Okay.
This guy's a human.
And her fiance is a half elf. That's interesting.
Yeah, the fiance is a half drow. Half elf, half drow.
Also interesting, but I was trying not to think about that.
that's hot.
There's something hot about that forbidden love, man.
Back
That's so
downstairs.
I bet spiders were involved. Anyway,
Probably.
we're talking about drow, right?
Yeah.
There'll be spiders involved.
Yeah.
Slimes, one of the two.
Back downstairs, you found nothing in the cabinet. Well, you found the wine was in the cabinet. Nothing missing from the cabinet, other than the 2 bottles of wine you already knew were missing. You're in the kitchen. What would you like to do?
You know what? Since we're talking about missing wine, and we've had accusations flying around about where said missing wine bottles could be, I think we should have a look in Billy Bar's room and the sailor's room.
And you're down there with him, Billy Bar, right?
Yep.
You're probably
I agree.
far
We should look
distracted.
in the sailor's room.
Am I going to find anything in your room that you want to tell me about now?
No, Captain, I have not taken any bottles of wine.
Are you quite
from
sure
you.
about that? Because if
I
I
am
find
sure,
out,
Captain, I have not taken any of your bottles of wine.
right, if I find
That's
out you've been
interesting
lying to me,
wording.
you're going to be for it, my lad. For it, I tells you. Right, so I'm gonna check your room first. In fact, so I've got a sneaking suspicion now.
That's fine.
All right.
So, yeah.
When you go up to his door, make a perception check right away.
Okie dokie. A 5.
A 5.
Yeah.
Okay. You walk up to the door.
Captain, that's the Shayla's door. Mine's over here.
Yeah, you walked up to the wrong one. They're next to each other.
Right. All right. Well, try the other one then. I don't have much to do below
It
deck.
might be
so-
unlocked still, right? Like, were you in your room when you heard all the commotions?
Yeah, I kind of assumed that I was off duty and I was down in my cabin.
Sleeping.
Okay.
Or whatever it is you do. Yeah.
And those creatures literally lurking on the other side of the door.
Yeah.
Scratching on his door at night.
With their eyeballs.
and hissing. Yeah.
leaving their eye jellies all over the woods.
Sleep well.
Yeah, just mimicking the girl. You idiot, all night. But you go up and you open it, and I think your door's not locked, probably, right? You just left it unlocked because you ran upstairs. You open the room, and the novice's cabin seems about twice the size of a regular guest cabin. But and I'm reading this from what I wrote, but still not nearly as spacious as the captain, chef, or the first mate's living quarters. The furnishings inside are nice and more personalized. It seems like you spend half your time working on the ship, so you have a lot more stuff in your room than the guests would have because you basically live here half the time. Let's see, spending half your time working on the ship, the gnomish man who lives here has brought an assortment of things to make him feel more like home. You have your bed, though it's small and gnome size. It looks very soft, features a colorful blanket. You have a short mahogany wardrobe. There is a desk, but the only thing that sits on top of it is a metal cage with a hermit crab inside. You also have a storage chest filled with shoes. Yeah, there's like a storage chest in the corner. And then the most noticeable thing, and you look down and they're like you open the door and you hear a clang and there's 2 empty wine bottles that you knock over just from opening the door.
You little bastard.
I don't know how those got in there.
You've been lying to me.
No, they weren't there when I left.
Right.
Bullshit.
Bullshit.
Captain.
Look at Gerundo looking around like there's something to hit him with in real life.
Looking for this.
Just chuck a die through the computer to hit him.
Thought he was looking for a chair or something.
So Captain Gullseye picks up one of the wine bottles and smashes it over his head. No, it doesn't.
Ouch!
It doesn't do that. He kneels down to him and gets the eye to eye with Billy Barnes. Are you lying to me, boy?
No, Captain, I did not put those there.
Well, let's see about that with an insight check, shall we?
Okay, Captain.
Right. Fuck. That's a 5, even with the modifier. So yeah, just a 5.
Well, I didn't roll against it.
I guess. Well, if you
do, you need to roll against?
That's an excellent question. Do you need to roll against that?
I think Jeremy's a statue again.
Oh no!
Oh yeah. That's it. So, let's have you roll no matter what, just so that we don't know. Just so we don't know either way, right? Go ahead and roll.
Sure, fair.
And that way we won't know if you're. Yeah, we won't know if you're lying or telling the truth unless you know.
Yeah.
I rolled a 6.
So just either way, yeah. No matter what, I think you would.
Well,
what'd you roll, Grundu?
A 5. 3
Yeah, the
3
6?
plus
3
plus 2.
So we don't know either way.
Him. I mean, you believe him.
Oh well, I guess I owe you an apology, my lad.
I swear, Captain, the sailor must have planted those.
Yeah, you believe
He's
I'm
always
not sure if I believe him.
Come on now, he's a fighting little gnome.
Eldrin's down there also.
Can I also do an insight check? Because
Yeah, if you don't believe him,
I don't trust
the fact
this
that
little
he's
thing.
covered in blood and then just knocked over 2 literal bottles that you're looking for directly in front of the door, and then he's like, I don't know, I believe him.
I just realized.
That would be a 16.
A 16?
Oh.
Unless you're gonna have to do it again, I guess, unless you want to roll it again. But yeah, 16 beats the 6.
Yeah. So
usually
you believe him. You don't know why. You feel like he's telling the truth.
Okay.
Maybe he's just epic.
All right, so
with that little I don't.
Yeah, I know. I was okay. Oh man.
How do you think these bottles got here then?
I'm telling you, the sailor, she's an evil bitch.
Well, I'm inclined to believe him. So let's go check her room. See what's going on in there.
She does seem like a drunkard, so
that's true. That's true.
Let's take a look. Especially since those bottles were right there, not hidden
Right.
at all.
Why would I put bottles right in front of my own door to fall over when somebody comes in?
Yeah, even you couldn't be that stupid.
No.
All right.
I believe him. So seems legit to me. Sure,
Why now?
Get a nice bouquet. All right. So what's in the sailor lassie's room then?
Yeah, I mean, were you gonna explore any further, or are you just going to walk in like that?
I'm quite happy to just believe him now. Like, yeah, makes sense.
I'd like to do a further investigation of his room.
You sure that's necessary? I suppose we could do that. Yeah. All right.
I mean, while we're down here, I feel like that would be the best plan of action. That's another 16.
A 16.
My goodness.
That's pretty good. And you're trying to tell specifically what?
If there's anything out of place in this room, if there's any traces of blood, I'm also looking for the missing portion of the ore.
Oh, in Billy Bar's room? I mean, no, nothing really seems out of place other than everything's kind of small and cute and adorable because it's so tiny for gnomes. But yeah, nothing. I mean, besides the fact that there really was like the 2 missing wine bottles, but they're both empty, and you just all believe him. He was telling the truth.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, you don't see anything out of place.
Okay.
Not that you can tell, at least right away.
Well, since he was telling the truth about the wine bottles, I guess number one suspect is the sailor. So we'll check her room since it's next door.
She's not here to, say anything or try to stop you.
Well, I'm the captain. So even if she did try and stop me, she could piss off.
He's like saying this to himself. He's like, yeah, well, I'm the captain.
Yeah, I'm the bloody captain.
It's like an internal monologue that he's
like constantly
voicing.
explaining things to himself.
There's absolutely, there's no one to stop me. I'm the master of this ship. Are you going to stop me? How about you?
Lead the way, Captain.
Jangling the keys angrily.
A big key ring.
Oh, it's an enormous fob with way more keys than there are doors.
Yeah.
It's like 80.
Way more. Like the keys for like the last 5 ships he's served on, probably.
You go up to her door and it is locked.
All right, not for long. We'll just systematically jangle all the keys through until I get the right one.
And according to her, she was working, so like she hasn't had a chance to come back to her room since the scream. You open it, and the sailor's cabin is the same size as the novice's room, so the same size as Billy Bar's room. It has a similar layout, however, it is extremely untidy. The desk is covered in crumbs. There's about 5 empty wine bottles.
Oh.
It has 3 different daggers sticking out of the wall between her room and Billy Bar's room. Like they're just like in the wall, like she just like threw it at it. And Bill Bar, you constantly hear like noises in the middle of the night. And you never knew what it was until now.
Seems like an open and shut case.
Captain, you might look into getting a new sailor.
There's like laundry all over the place, and yeah, it's not clean at all.
All right,
Messy
room.
room.
Messy room, messy mind.
Now, I do want to look for blood and other suspicious things here as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and investigate.
Could I aid her? Or
that would be
do the same if I'm wanting to investigate this room as well.
Yeah, if you want to help her, but I just know they all know you're decidedly like against her.
Well, but I mean that would just give her advantage on her roll or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's see. Nope, that was still higher. 17.
17. All right. You're looking around the room. You all spend a few moments like going through things. You open like her chest to kind of look through there. It's not locked. It's mostly empty because most of the clothes are thrown around the room. There are a few pieces of clothing that's thrown in there as well. The bottles when you look, they're definitely wine bottles. There's some wine spilled on the table. It looks like she just like gets off work, eats a whole bunch of food, and gets drunk every night. Starts throwing knives at the wall. You're looking around the room, and the only thing odd that you find, besides just the fact that it's so untidy, is you do find like a cloth, like it looks like it might have been white or brown or something. It's just soaked in. It's not wet, but it's like covered in a red liquid, stained very, very, very deeply in red. And you pull it out from behind the bed. It's like shoved between the bed and the wall, and it's like a shirt she would just wear to work. And it's like all down the front of it. It's just like this big red stain, but it's dry. So it also seems like it wouldn't have had time to dry, you don't think. But you're looking at it. I mean, you can examine it more closely if you want.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
I mean, that depends on when it got covered in the red liquid.
You're holding up like a shirt covered with a big red stain.
Nah, we'll just skip it.
Nah, it's fine.
Yeah.
Just leave it there.
I reckon it's probably fine. He's just puffing on his pipe.
That is 8 to further investigate that.
You don't know. It seems like the shirt's dry. It has a big red stain on it. It's very, very red though. If anything, you're almost like it almost you don't think it might not be blood just because it is so red.
Oh, sure.
Is it wine? I'm not there. I can't check.
I reckon it probably is, to be honest.
Does
Let me have a
And
look
you
at
said
that.
it looks like something
You
that
take a look.
she would wear, or would it be something fancier that?
Fancy.
Oh yeah.
Dice, there it is.
Yeah. Would
Okay.
would this fit the sailor, or would this fit
Like
the
this,
countess?
This is a 20 for my
Ooh.
investigation of the
Alright.
shirt.
Okay. Yeah, you're looking at it, and it seems like it's definitely just a big wine stain. But it's so much that she must like drop the bottle while like chugging from it directly or something, because it's like all over the whole front of the shirt. And then it looks like she just like took it off, balled it up, and shoved it behind her bed.
Right, well, it looks like at the very least I'm going to have to get some new staff after this voyage.
This ship sucks.
Right, well,
I think I'm due for a promotion, Captain.
well,
Ooh,
we'll see about that.
a lot to unpack there. Let's just set the suitcase on fire.
Right, well, on that note, I don't think there's much else to see down here.
Right.
So, trudge back up to the main deck, I guess, and then see if we can put our heads together and come up with a plan.
Okay, I did think of something that I kind of should have mentioned. Okay, so and the only reason that now that I think about it, Danny's character Eladrin is the archaeologist, so he would actually recognize something specifically because he's so closely, like he's such close friends with the Countess that had gotten murdered. When you, and because you rolled so well, when you were looking in the gnome's room, you like thinking about it again, like as you think about it, there was a piece of paper, and as it crossed your mind, there was like, it was some writing on it, and at the time, because you trusted him, you didn't really want to delve into his private business. But now that you think about it, it did look a lot like the Countess's handwriting was on the letter that he had just sitting on the desk in his room. And it took you a minute, like you saw it and you just didn't want to like really pry. But now when you're sitting in this room thinking about it, you're like, that really did look a lot like the Countess's handwriting. Why would he have a letter from the Countess? He's just some like worker on this ship.
Captain.
And I think you would recognize the handwriting because you worked so closely with her for so long, so many years.
Yes, sir?
I do believe we need to return to your
Not the captain, the gnome's room. Because you searched the gnome's room a second ago.
right.
Okay.
I do believe we need to return to your small friend's room.
All right. Why is that?
Oh, I thought we already did my room.
Yes, well, as I've been thinking about it, there was a piece of paper on your desk that I feel could be of some import.
Is that so? All right, then. Well, if you've got nothing to hide, then
No.
let's have a look.
All right.
then.
So I'm gonna-
You go back in the room, and yeah, there's that same note you were thinking of that was just kind of sitting on the just sitting right there on the table near where the hermit crab cage was. And it's a piece of folded paper. The paper, the stock on it looks very expensive. It's very nice. It's folded up, and it has a nice calligraphic writing. I'll be there as soon as I can. DS. And that DS is a signature that has been on many of your checks, and you've seen many times. And you've had to forge that signature, not against her will, but when she wasn't there, she was asked you to sign that signature before for different orders for the museum. And you know for a fact that DS stands for Delilah Silverhand.
Well, we need to have a discussion about this, my friend. Do tell me, what is this letter about? This note?
Well, it's kind of personal. I'd rather not. It's a very dear letter to me, especially
There's
now.
a dead woman. You'd best explain yourself, friend.
How how dear is your neck to you? Because
It's
I've got a
pretty dear,
nice,
Captain.
good, strong length of hempen rope and an even stronger yard arm. If you don't start telling me some truth, my lad, you'll be dangling from it doing the Tyburn jig by daybreak.
Okay,
How's
Captain. Sorry, Captain. Well, if you must know, I'd been having an affair with the Countess.
Pardon me. What? Yeah, insight check that shit. That is a 19 for my insight check. Because
Please be true. Please be true.
Please be true. Please.
Well, are you telling the truth, Zoltar?
Yup.
Well,
I'm sorry.
And the home wrecker.
well done, I suppose.
Wait, did the Countess have a significant other?
Yeah, the fiance.
Hey.
Which I think gives
jeez,
us.
I forgot. Oh.
The fiance.
And now
Which-
the blood-covered gnome with the
No,
wine bottles in
Danny-
the room is saying that he has been having an affair with the count.
No, Danny is not her
No, I'm
fiance.
the son-in-law.
He's the
Yeah.
son-in-law.
Oh no, I'm sorry. There was
The
But
half drow
the drow,
upstairs.
yes, the drow upstairs
Sorry.
that has been.
This affair.
The plot
How-
thickens.
how-
It's
long has
been
that
going
been?
on for a little while. I kind of started doing odd jobs around Waterdeep, and she kind of got an eye for me. And then this voyage came around, and she kind of got me the job, and she's come and visited me a few times over the last few days. And she gives me little trinkets and stuff that makes me feel pretty.
Are you telling me the
Why
Countess
you're
is your
so bad at the job?
she's your sugar mama?
Well, she was.
What? And you weren't even the least bit sort of like put
I was.
off that I was getting you to like throw a sheet over a.
Well, yeah, but
Smashed in
Captain, I'm
body
trying to
and-
do the best job I can.
Well, I guess your dedication to your duty does you credit, my boy.
Oh
Jesus.
Damn. Oh,
I mean, whatever, Chantia, something like that.
Oh my god.
This is amazing.
I
Well, I
don't
guess we-
even know where to go from here.
I'm just getting, like a Chihuahua with a Rottweiler kind of thing. But in any case, I suppose that would give her feller a pretty strong motive.
When I rolled the dice, I was laughing so hard when the gnome character got that as the secret roll. That was so funny.
I mean, I've always heard
Wow.
that gnomes have clever fingers.
Oof.
Okay.
Oh, my
Things I don't
She
need to know
always
about
said
my
I would
mother-in-law.
stare at us.
Oh,
Oh
Right,
my
well,
God.
like I say,
Well.
well done.
Thank you, Captain.
Alright,
I'm very impressed.
complicates things somewhat.
And I mean, like I said, I know she can be a bit overbearing and hard on people, but it's just the way she is. She's really nice when you get to know her.
Well, I suppose I'll never have that chance now, will I? So, leaving that aside, your tender memories are your own.
Thank you.
Let's not overshare too much.
If we could keep this between the three of us, I'd appreciate it. The
You should think-
fiance
Does anyone else
can be a bit of a
know?
dick. No,
You
not
sound
that I
like the
know
guy
of.
from Monty
should think
Python.
that'll-
He's locked
that'll
in
be-
his bedroom. That's what you sound like. It's great.
right.
The kid.
Oh, okay.
What do you
I
want?
don't know what to do with this information.
Yeah,
I
we're gonna go
know what
for-
to do with everything, and I don't know what to do with this.
You know the fiance's upstairs crying.
Yeah, I mean that would give him a pretty good motive, I suppose.
He's weaker than I am.
Well, and I don't think he'd be acting like this if he was the one that did it, honestly.
Well,
I
maybe.
think he'd be a little defensive. I mean, he didn't treat her very well from the way she talked about him.
I think that's all the more reason to ask him some stern questions. Quite frankly.
Then perhaps we should join the rest, and we still need to check for the remainder of the ore. That it's got to be somewhere.
That's
Perhaps we
true.
could divide up into groups and examine the remaining
Oh.
rooms.
I mean, they might have thrown it overboard.
I mean, if you want, I happen to
that's
have
right,
a
run a
key
boat.
to the Duchess's cabin. I can go check in there.
Perhaps you should not be in there by yourself.
I think, yeah, you should stay away from the Duchess's cabin.
Yeah.
Countess, stop promoting
Countess.
her.
Countess,
Sorry.
I lose track. They're all bloody.
She
One
likes me to
stones.
call her the Duchess.
One thing that would occur to both the novice, so Bilbar here, as well as the captain. I just glance at the word I wrote down and just pronounce whatever comes to mind. Is that the rowboat is stored down here as well. So behind the stairs coming down is just like an extra storage rowboat, and you immediately looking at it, it looked like the oar looked like that kind of oar from a rowboat. And I think just both of you would know, like, that's where the emergency boat is kept, like right down here under the stairs.
Well, I guess I shall do an investigation of the lifeboat then.
Just before you all decide to just like go upstairs. That's all.
Yeah.
Mentioning it.
Thank you.
In a place where the sailor would have access to it. Very interesting.
Well, to be fair,
He's still covered in blood.
any member of the crew has got access to it.
He's got his hands in everyone's pocket. He's like just all these different subplots.
That's a 12 for me for that investigation.
I think even with the 12, you're just looking it over, and it's not hard to tell that like just one of the oars is gone.
Right, well, that was that.
That was easy.
Do these geysers talk?
They don't. Well, they do.
They
They
don't.
mimic.
They mimic. Okay.
They mimic
Can you-
people, and
They
it's
say I'm
random.
stupid
They-
all the time.
Right. I suppose they would have set off an alarm if anybody else had been down here, right?
You know that if the way they're trained is if they catch somebody, they are supposed to hit them with hopefully one of their non-lethal eye rays and start screaming maniacally, sounding an alarm so that it can alert you and whoever else.
Well, is that just if anybody who isn't a crew member comes to this deck? Is that? Or...
Yeah, if anyone that's
Yeah.
not a crew member comes down here, they're supposed to do that.
Well, that suggests to me then that either it's a crew member who's been down here and got the or else whoever is the murderer has got some means of baffling my gazers.
That again, though, the rowboat thing is just right below the steps, so it would be kind of like, I mean, they probably like it'd be easy enough for the gazers to see them, but it's also not like they have their. It's not like they snuck into the kitchen necessarily either, which would have been much more difficult.
I still think we should ask some questions of the fiance.
And I'm a
Strongest
bit
lead we found.
curious. The other well-dressed folk. There's a businessman and that
The
other
businessman,
one.
there was the
tiefling.
Triton. Yeah, that's right. Well, I mean, we could check the rooms while we're down here.
I think we should.
Yeah, they're on the upper, so one floor ahead above you. The same floor as the common one. That's where their rooms would be, and that's where everyone's cabins are.
I guess we'll systematically check the rooms, I suppose, then. Look for...
Okay. Did you want to alert anyone upstairs, or are you guys just gonna keep going because you're the captain and you have all the people like rounded up upstairs?
Yeah, well, I think I'd probably just do it, because I'm the goddamn captain. I've got all the keys.
So you start making your way up the steps and heading back to the second floor so you can start systematically going through the different rooms. You know you have 59 minutes and 12 seconds left. All right, we'll go back to the top floor. We'll go to the top deck. What's everyone else doing up here on the top deck?
I mean, I'm sitting back and watching like the two members of the expedition, the turtle and the human, just go at each other. Well, two of the members.
Yeah, they're kind of like talking. I don't know. The old man just seems like he's defensive about everything. The old human man, David. But I don't know, the way he's talking for you, Adam, for John's speed, you don't. It's nothing out of the ordinary. You know, like he's not necessarily being aggressive. It's just kind of how he is. He's like an old man who just constantly like is angry about the world and like bickers all the time. But you've worked with him for years and years and years and years. Like this archaeologist kid is the new kid that joined your crew, but you've worked with John here for a while, or not John here. John has worked with him for a while with David. So
Old man shakes fist at clouds.
yeah.
I'm gonna again just look at my map real quick and just kind of just shout loudly to everybody on top. Like, all right, we are under 58 minutes until landfall, so we really need to find out who is the culprit here. Again, I look to you, Isbeth, Isbriel, Azrael, Isbeth,
Who are you
Ezrith,
talking to?
Elstree?
Elstreeth,
Elstree.
Elstreek. I was gonna get it eventually.
Just fucking guess syllables until you get it right.
just again, like we're running out of time here. You were closest to her. You were intimately involved with her. Like, is there anybody that comes to your mind other than yourself? Because again, you're on this big. It's a big board. It's a really big board. You are up there though. But anybody else you could put maybe above your name? No.
For what? What do you mean above my name?
I mean, do you have any would there be any reason anybody would want to hurt her, yourself included? Because you
Why would
are
I
on the
even be
board.
on the list? She was going to be my wife.
I mean, maybe.
Why would I stop myself from inheriting one of the biggest fortunes in all of Waterdeep and murder my wife?
I mean, maybe you found some news out that made you more angry than you were looking forward to the money, and you couldn't even wait.
It's fascinating that that's your first go-to, not the woman that you loved, not someone that you cared deeply about, but the biggest fortune in Waterdeep.
Yeah, that is true.
The money is the first thing that you go to, not, the woman that you were about to marry and loved very, very deeply.
Well, I know how John here is. He's always talking about the monies and who's it going to, and I just know it's what you needed to hear.
I have said maybe a total of, before this conversation here, maybe 12 words to you before, so I don't know what you are referring to.
Not right now, John. Not today. Of all days, John. Not right now.
Here, I think you know what. I think I got. Oh, I do. I got one more carrot for you. Here, you take this and calm down. One more sloppy carrot.
Laps it out of your hand.
No.
I don't want your carrots. I just want my wife back.
Okay. I know you're going through some hard times right now, Elspeth, but you're going to need to pick that carrot up. If Captain Goldbeard comes up here and sees more carrots on this floor, he is going to be PO'd above the moon. You're going to need to pick that carrot up. That is a sloppy carrot, and he is going to trace that right back to my shell if you don't pick that up.
He goes, I think...
I'm gonna pick it up.
I bet it was that bitch ass gnome.
Do you?
Why would you think that a gnome could handle an oar like that?
He's always sneaking behind our backs and talking to the what business does a common gnome like him, a worker on this ship, have with my soon to be wife?
Maybe he was just friendly.
It doesn't make sense. I think he was trying to rob us in the night, and she caught him, and she tried to defend herself, and he bashed her over the head with that.
Hold on though.
This...
The injury was from behind. It looked like she was sitting down when she got bashed over the head with an oar. That does not say defensive wound to me.
I don't know. I just know he's always sneaking around, and I feel like I've seen him even before all this.
This is the freshest carrot I've got. Please don't
slaughter me, Adam.
That's it. I don't want your carrot.
God damn it, Adam.
I was going to say, what the hell are you doing?
I was waving my fresh carrot in his face.
You're waving your carrot?
Now I've got to find that one that he just lopped out of my hand because before Captain
I'm not
Goldbeard
sure
comes
about
in.
over there, but over here, doing that.
I was going side to side, Gerundu.
Well, whatever your
I
technique is,
can't
man,
do this
that's
right
not
now.
for me to judge.
Lights up a cigarette. He lights up a pack of Waterdeep lights.
I'm gonna give John a very significant look and just sort of nod like, this one's high on my list of suspicions.
He's on the board, high up there.
I mean, pretty high up there.
A little Sapphire, you haven't made the board yet. Eldrin's on the board. Billy Bart was on the board, and I quickly scratched that name out after seeing how completely incompetent Billy Bart is.
Not least because it was like 3 times his height.
There's a multitude of reasons why I scratched Billy Bar's name off there.
Like I'm well over twice his height, and I would have difficulty with that ore. That's
agreed.
Wow.
But get 52 minutes. My maps say 52 minutes to landfall. So I mean, maybe we should like call down to those below deck. Hey,
they do seem to be wasting rather a lot of time down there.
Hey,
In the 20 minutes they've been gone.
Hey, Captain.
You're stomping from up the stairs. Like, what?
Captain.
I'm here. What do you want?
Are we yelling? Or are you up here now?
I've come up here. What do you want?
Okay, I can
put your hands off your face. I'm right here.
Okay, do you all have any leads? I was just telling these folk up here that we only have about 52 minutes now before landfall to get the murderer. So do you all have any leads? Right now we have got Elizabeth top of the list. We have also got Eldrin. I'm sorry, but you did make the board. I apologize. Billy Bar, you're now in the clear. I know you see your name up here on my mental board. It has been scratched off. Don't you worry about that.
I don't know how I got up there in the first place. I haven't done nothing wrong.
Wait a minute,
Well,
wait a
I
minute,
don't know
wait a
about that,
minute.
boy.
I've been sitting here listening to him point fingers for the last 25 minutes. I think it's about time someone points a finger at him. Who are you to start putting people on boards and pointing away your little nubby claw hands at everybody?
That is so There are so many turtle racists on this ship, Captain, that I don't know.
That is a good point, though.
This whole time he's been
What in the world?
pointing fingers and talking secrets, and I don't like it.
I mean, you cannot
It's
like it.
all on the ground.
You cannot like it all you want, but you can keep race
Spit
out
on
of
my
it,
deck.
sir.
I'll go
Right.
get my bucket.
Okay. In view of this flagrant disrespect of the captain and his previous order to not spit on the deck, he's gonna tackle this guy.
Okay.
Yeah,
John
he's gonna
Speed's all
tackle him.
for it. Yeah, you get him.
Sapphire's right there with you, man.
You're gonna tackle him?
Yeah.
All right, make
Try
him.
and grapple him, I guess.
Grapple.
Yeah.
To be fair, he strictly said this guy had one rule: don't
There's-
spit on the
fucking
deck.
That's a,
Like,
that's a
you didn't
7.
even do it while you were gone.
A 7.
Yeah.
That's
Did it
not
right
good
from me.
though.
I'm an old
All
man.
right.
Captain hasn't gotten
15.
his sea legs yet.
I'm a white-bearded
15.
old man. 15.
You go to tackle this, like, he looks, I mean, you can tell he's like a big game hunter, but he looks kind of like slow and a little bit old. And he just like, you go to tackle him, and he like moves with an unexpected speed. He like dodges to the side so quickly, you just kind of run into the side of the ship, and like it hurts because it's, it's pretty nice wood, and you just ran right into it. You attempt to spear him, and he's like, "Hey, what the hell are you doing? I know this is your ship and everything, but you can't just go around trying to tackle people now.
Don't go around spitting on my deck after I explicitly told you not to, you bastard.
You're the one that came up here just trying to criticize and accuse and point fingers, just like Turtle Boy here."
First mate, clap this man in irons. I've had enough of his guff.
The hell kind of democracy is this?
It
It isn't one. It's a dictatorship.
He jumps back.
I'm
and
the
pulls out
head
his-
bastard.
Pulls his Bowie knife out. You ain't gonna touch me. And if you do, I'm gonna cut your hands off. Or you can take a step back. We can talk about this like gentlemen. And he's got his
Wait.
knife out at you.
Wait, cut your hands off. Was this
I would
lady's
pull my knife too.
was somebody's hands missing tonight, or am I thinking of some
No,
other
It's
adventure?
the second time I used that threat.
Okay,
No, you're thinking
it's the
halfway to
second
here.
time you've used it. Okay.
I might be getting distracted here.
Me too. I'm sorry, John. Dude.
But in answer to your question, John, yes, we did have a lead.
He says, "Look, you need to calm down. Things about to get a lot more heated.
Is it?
There's a monster on this ship, and it ain't your damn murderer neither, because he wouldn't have left none of that body intact. There are things in this world that none of y'all even know about. And if you don't calm down right now, I think more than one of us about to show you what the real world is like. You understand me, Captain? And he's got his knife out. He seems like super pissed and threatened. He's like, I ain't trying to disrespect you, but you just got to know there's powers above you and above the rest of you. And if you tamper with them, they're going to tamper back.
Okay. Captain, you mentioned leads. Did they all point towards this guy with his big knife?
What do you do? This guy's like,
as yet.
you, and then that's what he says in response.
Not as of yet. What I will say, well, I did say I wasn't going to reveal this, but quite frankly, I'm proud of the little bastard.
No. Captain, if you wouldn't mind,
And Billy
Let's
Bar's gone
not.
down to get his mopping bucket, by the way.
Captain, did you discover something that might be useful in this investigation? Because I feel like you should put all of those cards on the table.
no, I don't believe it's useful.
We've
And
got.
I just
46
like
we
to
got-
smear you with a look. You are the one who stands the most to gain from this particular death at this particular time. I would imagine you would want him to say something that would clear you.
John's looking at his map. We got 46 minutes, everybody. 46 minutes.
Hey, you shut your yapper right now. He's still got like the blade out. He's still just like
What?
ready to go.
This is
Yeah, okay,
all right,
so-
somebody tackle this racist, this turtle racist, and let's get him overboard because that's nonsense.
Yeah, Sapphire's had just about enough of this. She's gonna turn around and open up her fingers, and all of her claws come out, and she just looks at this guy and goes,
My claws come out too. I got turtle claws.
"Do you want to play this game with me? Because I have more blades than you do, sir.
What do you want to do?
Put it away."
You
or
see
we're
like
going to
all
have
these
a
people,
trouble.
Captain.
That sounds like an intimidate to me.
Does it?
And
Yeah.
I'm helping her with my turtle claws.
I've got my.
Okay, what was that, Drundu? What was that?
Okay, so he was trying to intimidate you all, and he got a 21.
Can I intimidate back?
Oh shoot!
Yeah, it's the win
What
of
would that be to
see
resist?
who's
that?
the most intimidating.
Probably me. I've got like a +3 to intimidation.
Shit.
That's a 10.
I got a 23 total.
Oh wow! So you're not.
Got
you're,
2.
The captain's intimidated. You're like, you feel like this dude's really about to stab you or something. You, Tiana, your character, Little Sapphire, is not that intimidated. Like you do feel like maybe he will probably try to attack. You just think you could probably take him.
I mean, it's not like I haven't dealt with people in his ilk in Waterdeep over and over again. He's just a person with a knife.
I don't know if you saw. I rolled a nat 1, so John Speed's gonna just real quick tuck on into that shell. Do we lose Jeremy again?
We might have done.
Either that or he's just like.
That or he's just
Really
That or he's just really disappointed in me
just
just
Adam.
dipping in my
So
shell.
disappointed in that one, Adam. Like, how dare you?
And just from my shell, you hear the echo like 44 minutes. 44 minutes, everybody.
I still can't believe you was diddling the countess there. I was absolutely.
He's back. Wait,
Did you say that out loud?
John Speed's head pops out of the shell. Wait. Who?
No, seriously,
Who-
Captain, did you say that out loud?
No, I was just doing it. I was just filling time while Jeremy was.
Okay, my head goes back in the shell then.
Okay, so what are you gonna do? I mean, this guy looks kind of serious. He's like, y'all need to back up. We're gonna talk about this.
Yeah, I got intimidated of 23 in response. Can I just like square off with him and be like, put it away? I have more blades than you do. Let's not turn this into a fight.
John Speed is in his shell because he rolled a nat 1.
Like all my fur is poofed up and making myself look a lot bigger than I actually am.
He's gonna back up and he's like looking around. He's got like these wide eyes and he's like, someone here ain't what they seem. I think
And
all of us need to watch our backs.
I've never said that I'm anything but what I am. You can see what I am.
I'm not talking about you, Missy. I'm
Put the
talking about-
damn knife away, you ass.
He starts to pack it up and he's like, what about you, Captain? You done making threats to your guests?
I'm not sure you is a guest yet. You could be a murderer for all I know. Standing up here, being all braggadocious, waving a knife around, defying my direct orders, spitting on my lovely ship.
It wasn't until y'all threatened me.
Well, I think you should mind your manners and learn some respect. then maybe we won't have these misunderstandings.
While this is going on, Jeremy,
just
and I went
sheathes
down
his
to
knife.
get my bucket, I'd like to sneak off to the Duchess or the Countess's room and kind of just search around in there and see if I find anything.
Okay. So you go down because someone ordered you to go get your bucket because you got to clean up the dip spit. You go straight down to the hall, and it's the first room on the right. It's the big grand. It's right next to the common room. It's like 10 feet from the door. It's like the royal room, so you can easily get over into there. But you go up to the door, and it's locked. When you
I use the key that I have.
Okay. Yeah, you do have a key that she has given you specifically to the room that you had earned, and you turn it, you unlock the room, and you go inside silently while everyone upstairs is arguing and probably doesn't even notice you're gone, except for those who commanded you to leave. What are you going to do while you're in this room? You walk into the room, and it seems the way, I mean, you've only came in here once. Normally she goes to your room, but it seems normal. I mean,
I want to dig through the fiance's clothes and see if I can find like what he had been wearing that day before he changed into the pajamas.
Okay. Yeah, you can definitely go through and find like the kind of nicer like smoking jacket and stuff that he was wearing earlier and start going through his pockets. What are you looking for specifically?
Blood stains on the clothing.
Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Okay. That's 13.
13. You're looking over the clothes he was wearing yesterday. They still smell like the stale cigar smoke from the day before, but yeah, you don't notice any blood stains or anything.
Okay.
And you know that because you're kind of like paying attention because you're wanting to know like when your moments are that you can talk to her and stuff. That he really did go to bed at like midnight and she stayed in there, and you were working, but you kind of like go up and down and poke your head in as often as you can.
Yeah.
Oh,
Poke your head in the door.
Well, I meant in the common room, but yeah.
Uh-huh.
All right. So I'll
You don't find his clothes don't seem to have anything odd on them.
and I don't find like the piece of the ore or anything like that.
Are you gonna just search around the whole room?
Yeah, after I go through the clothing, I'll start searching the room.
Okay.
That's it.
So that's worse. It's gonna be like a 7.
7. Let me see if there's any information that would be helpful to you. You are searching around the room, and it doesn't seem, I don't know, nothing seems like really out of place that you notice. I mean, they have much nicer furniture in here than the other rooms. All their clothes in here, like it seems like she had brought an entire chest and like wardrobe essentially of clothing, even though she's only going to be for a few days, and you're supposed to keep all your permanent items in the basement. But yeah, when you're looking around the room, you don't really find anything that stands out to you as odd. I mean, you do know that according to what she had told you, like the fiance is actually kind of like a jerk behind closed doors, but you don't find anything like incriminating.
Okay. Then I'll head back out, lock the door, grab my mop and bucket, and head back upstairs.
Okay. All right. Yeah, he comes walking back up with his mop and bucket and starts tending to the dip spit on the ground. What are the rest of you doing up here?
Has this guy put his knife away yet? Because I feel like we're still in this little standoff.
Yeah, he puts it down and he straps it back to the like thing on the side of his leg.
Okay. As soon as he does, my claws retract back into my fingers.
Okay.
Yeah. Captain sheathes his knife too.
I'm gonna move
All right.
over towards that tiefling and start looking him up and down. What can I tell about him?
About the tiefling?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he seems to be standing off kind of away from everybody. He also is like you would say the second most nicely dressed person apart from the fiance, and he's wearing like kind of like a nice expensive silk pajamas as well, and he seems to be minding his own business. You haven't seen him. Well, a lot of the people up here like stress smoking and stuff. He's been by himself. He hasn't been engaging in conversation. He hasn't He doesn't seem to be a smoker, doesn't have anything with him. He's just standing there observing, just watching everyone, listening, and kind of minding his own business. He hasn't really said much, but he seems like maybe 10 or 12 feet away from everyone, just kind of watching.
You seem rather unconcerned about the night's events.
Oh, well, they don't really concern me. I'm just trying to get to Ruithheim so I can open up my business.
And what business might that be?
Oh, well, I'm in the business of making money. I look for opportunities and I turn them into lucrative projects. So I guess multiple businesses. I have an eye for opportunity.
And what do you intend to begin with?
Oh, not really sure. I hear there's a lot of exciting things going on in Ruithheim. You know, as I'm sure you know, they're currently in the developmental phase, and there's a lot of money to be had there. And I couldn't help it overhear that you all have some sort of excavation going on or something like that. That sounds interesting. It seems like there's money to make all over that island.
I would like to do an insight check.
Sure.
It'll be 10.
You feel like he's not really lying to you, but he doesn't seem to be answering your questions directly. He's not really giving you answers, it seems like.
So you're not at all concerned about the fact that someone on the ship is a murderer?
I mean, it's... I come from Waterdeep. I've lived there quite some time. I'm not a stranger to random murders, but as long as it's not the knife in my back, I'm not too concerned, no. Now, I'm sorry for you and your boss or whatever it is, but I mean, it certainly just doesn't concern me. I would just like to make it so I can begin getting a home and a business together. And what of yourself? I mean, I've gathered you're working with, or you worked with the late Countess here, and you're something to do with the museum. But what are you doing here? You don't seem concerned either.
Archaeology team. Not concerned. Believe me, there's plenty of concern here.
Well, of all the people, don't you have the most to gain from this? I mean, you just became a very rich man.
I also have the lovely job of going home and telling my wife that her mother is dead. I don't believe I would call that a win.
You should also, I guess, make another insight check.
That is 18.
You don't think he should know that information?
And do tell, how did you know about what I've got to gain?
What do you mean? It's everyone knows. It's all you've been talking about.
I have said nothing of the sort.
Well, not you, but your entourage. The Countess, with a couple bottles loosened her lips. She's quite the socialite.
Really?
Yes, I mean, she's...
And when were you speaking with her about these sorts of things?
Oh, just in passing. Just last night when everybody else was. I was just having a few drinks and, making a few comments here and there.
And her line of succession just happened to come up in conversation? You just happened to hear who would stand to benefit if she were dead?
I don't know. Look, that turtle friend of yours and the man with the loud mouth, they talk a lot. They don't seem very keen of you in particular, from what I've heard either.
Yes, well...
I'm not a nosy person, but I have a nose and I have 2 ears as well.
They're quite intimidated by intelligence, so not much I can do to fix that. You, on the other hand... And again, what type of business are you in other than making money? Isn't that why everyone's in business?
What I do is I go around and I find businesses that are failing. I provide them with a little bit of kick, and in return, they provide me with a substantial percentage of profits.
Oh,
so,
God.
For
anything
example,
I save failing businesses, and then I prosper from them while they do all the work.
An expedition, perhaps, that no longer has a benefactor?
What do you mean? I simply mean to arrive at Ruithheim and see what it is that I find.
And you couldn't possibly benefit from helping someone such as that.
What benefit can I have from bashing the Countess over the head with an oar? She's the one with all the money, isn't she? Or I forgot, that's you now.
But the more important part is what would be found with the expedition.
I'm afraid I don't know much about archaeology. But if you would like to provide more information, it does sound like quite a lucrative opportunity.
I think not. Oh, he's a suspicious bastard.
Yeah.
I'm going to walk away. And I'm actually going to look for David, the explorer.
Okay, yeah, David's still over by where he was before, and he's talking to he's over near Little Sapphire and John Speed.
All right, look, I know you don't like me.
I don't
But
even know you.
It doesn't stop you from not liking me. That tiefling over there, what do you know of him?
Well, I know he talks just as much as the rest of you do. And from what I've gathered, he was married to the Countess, and...
Pardon me?
He was what?
Huh?
He was married.
He was married to the Countess.
All right. No, you're talking to the tiefling. I thought you were talking about the half-drow. The person you're talking to is the tiefling.
Yeah, I was talking to the tiefling, and now I'm talking to the human explorer.
I got you. Okay. Okay, yeah, you go over to him, and he's like, this man doesn't like you very much, and he's made that opinion clear, and he's like, yes, can I help you, Eladrin?
Look, I know you don't like me. We have other things to deal with at the moment.
Coming to hang your webs, see what you can catch.
Actually, sure. I'm actually coming to ask about this tiefling fellow. What do you know of him? Do you know anything of him?
Not really. I tend to turn in early most of the trip, but he was hanging out in the common room like everyone else, I suppose. Seems kind of a nosy fellow, if you ask me.
He seems to know an awful lot about our expedition.
Yeah, he doesn't talk much, but he definitely seems like a listener. And he looks over, and he's just crossing he's just staring at both of you, like as if he's trying to read your lips.
Excellent. I don't like him. He deals in failing businesses.
Yeah, well, you certainly have a lot of money to invest at the moment.
30 minutes. 30 minutes to landfall. 30 minutes, everybody.
30 minutes. Not nearly long enough.
I don't know, but I don't trust him.
I don't know anything about him. I mean, I don't trust him any more than I trust anyone else on this ship. I don't know. I just want to get to the excavation site, and well, I don't even know how that's going to be handled now. You're still in charge of this excavation. We need to contact the university and the museum the moment we can.
Yes, well, we'll do that after we get off this damn boat and find out who killed the Countess. I'm going to just stomp away over to John.
Okay. All right, John, are you still in your shell?
Yeah, I poked my head out when I yelled that to everybody.
Excuse me, John.
30 minutes. 30 minutes. It's just like...
scoop back on in my shell. I poked my head out for Eldrin. Yes?
So you've got your mental board of web?
Yep, of course. Always.
Where does that tiefling fit in?
I didn't even have him registered on the map. Honestly, I didn't even know who he was.
Well, can you go talk to him and put him on your map somewhere, please?
How about you just relay to me what you just said, so we don't have to repeat stuff.
All right. So I tell you everything that we just had.
Oh, he's gonna go right on up there.
Thank you.
He's right on up next to Elsbeth.
Elstree?
Elstree. That's one of the two.
All right.
I was close. Hey, Eldrin, I do apologize. You're like on the board still, but you're.
Yeah, that's fine. I understand. That's just logistics. I'm concerned about this tiefling, and I'm a little concerned about the sailor, although she seems too drunk to really be all that effective. I don't know.
Captain, something I was thinking about. The first mate was the one on duty when this all happened, right?
That's right.
Why would he be the last one to show up at the crime scene then? Wouldn't he be the first to react, you think?
Well, he's got to run the ship, hasn't he?
That's a good point, though.
It's no good coming to investigate a murder if we run aground on some rocks and everybody drowns.
But we're in the middle of the ocean, Captain.
Yeah, I mean, there ain't no rocks out here, right?
Given that I'm the captain here, and you're a newbie, I'll give you this one.
Agree that.
I'll give you this one for free. Don't question the chain of command.
But I mean,
especially when I found out that you've been doing what you've been doing.
But I mean, I've mapped out this almost nearly this entire ocean. There ain't no like rocks out here or anything, so there should have been.
It could be a leviathan, some kind of sea creature who rise from the waves and smash up. You looking at me like that with them skeptical eyes?
Captain, if that's the case, Captain, then why did he ever come down to the crime scene at all? Shouldn't he have stayed up at the wheel?
Well, let's ask him some questions then, I suppose. But again, you get in my face asking me little impertinent questions like that.
I'm sorry, Captain.
And we'll see about letting some secrets out, shall we?
I'm back to mopping. These arms are made for mopping, Captain.
Hold on a moment. If you have secrets that pertain to what's going on, you should let them out, because
no secrets here.
It sounds like we're working with limited information, and you are keeping things from us, which is very suspicious, I must say, Captain.
Well, you can incite me all you like.
I absolutely will if I need to. Do I need to?
Well, I don't know.
All right. That is a 16.
What are you trying to find out exactly?
Trying to find out what you're hiding about what you know,
Okay.
whatever it was that you found out about this gnome fellow.
I got a 15, so you
just like
might as well let it out of the bag, Captain.
All right.
I'm going to start suspecting this gnome fellow of being the murderer.
Have some respect for the dead.
Well, they're dead now, so I think you should really ask whoever caved her head in to have had some respect for her. But given, in the interest of being open, young Billy Barr here, he was giving the Countess what she needed, if you know what I mean.
I'm afraid I don't. Explain to me,
please don't ask any further.
Really?
There are images that I do not need.
We were in his room. Disgraceful. The very scene of the crime.
That's not what you said earlier, Captain. You were very proud of me.
I was quite impressed, I'll be honest. Very impressed.
I grew up in a brothel, and that's still too many mental images for me.
Going on under my decks without my knowledge. Probably for the best, really. But
probably.
As I say.
So anyways, Captain, why don't we go ask the first mate a few questions?
Yeah, all right then.
He's about the only person that hasn't really talked much, I think.
So Copperfoot. Go on, squiggle over here. That was his name, right? Copperfoot?
Eric.
Eric.
Yeah.
Eric.
All right. Messaging.
Eric.
Eric comes walking up. Yeah, what do you want, Captain? Sorry, my voice changes every time I talk.
What do you want, Captain?
What do you want, Captain? I can do
Yeah. Do the Eric voice. Come on.
This one because it's so consistent.
It's consistently be Eric. Right, I've lost my own accent there. So my accent, now I've remembered it. It's
this is just how I really sound now. Just I feel like I know you better.
But now that I'm learning something new about you every day,
secrets are coming out, Captain.
Not so shy. Not so much time left.
What was going on deck then when you heard the screams? What took you so long to come down?
I was up here doing some work and I thought I heard something, and then no, it just must be the waves. I don't know why I didn't do this voice the whole time. And then I don't know. And then I had more noises, and so I just peeked my head out, and there's like a whole crowd here. So I just do what you asked me to do and came up here and keep them in line.
I'm gonna have an insight.
This man over here with the knife and these turtle guys, they've been giving me sass all evening.
Well, I know they're a sassy lot, I tells you.
And then
Well,
that lady never got off the railing, but she just stood there, so I just kind of gave up.
That's a 19
Is this the first mate,
on
by the way?
insight on the first mate.
Yeah.
This is the first mate. I changed his voice because I forgot the other one, and this one's easier.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Eric's voice. You have to do
Yeah.
Eric's voice.
It's a different Eric. But yeah.
So?
And now every Eric has this voice.
Every dwarven Eric.
Yeah.
Every dwarf.
Yeah, it was a 19 on an insight on
19.
On Eric.
Oh. And you're trying to check specifically just if he's telling the truth?
Well, if he's giving me any guff about what he was doing on deck. Or...
No, I mean, you believe him, and you know that was a shift and everything, that he like relieves you. You're able to sleep at night, and then you do the day shift, and he has to kind of work. I mean, at night it's just kind of coasting, but someone still has to be awake to make sure everything's working.
Make sure something happens. Yeah, like, in case something happens. Like I said, perfectly rational explanation. He's got to mind the ship. One of us has got to do it.
But yeah, you believe him.
a shot, Captain.
You believe him. So that's the thing.
All right then, I'm satisfied. So I guess the fella who's, well, the Countess's fiance, I guess, has got a pretty strong motive. If he knew his missus was getting borked on the side by Billy Barr here.
Well, I'm pretty sure he didn't.
Yes. Yeah, maybe not, but what if he found out?
Like I say, we just string him up.
Hey, Elstree, did you know that the Countess was coming to me for lovins?
Well, he does know.
Well,
you said that out loud?
Yeah. To
Elstree
get a reaction out of him.
Oh.
And then we're all going to do an insight check on this shit.
He's like, what? What do you mean for lovins?
Let me roll an insight.
Treated her like,
Oh, yeah, roll it
treated
inside
her
on
like
that.
royalty.
I got a
What?
13.
I got a 10.
6.
He's like, what do you mean? Is that
Somebody please roll higher than a 13.
like trying to just put it together? Like, wait, you mean she was cheating on me?
20 minutes, everybody. 20 minutes.
Yeah.
With you?
Doesn't that feel bad?
Oh, dang it! Now
I feel bad also.
That accent
this
is contagious, man.
Infectious German accent I've seemed to have developed somewhere along the line. Mein Gott!
But and he just starts crying because it's the worst day of his life.
Poor fucker.
Oh.
Captain, I don't think he did it. He really didn't do it.
So nobody thinks that this guy knew.
No.
And his
And
response
I
is
kind
he
of did a
starts
little
freaking out.
snooping around downstairs, and I didn't see anything fishy in their room.
Okay.
Why would she cheat on me? I gave her everything.
All right.
She gave you everything, you lying crap, and you treated her like trash.
No, my wife's been murdered.
She wasn't your wife.
It was probably you.
Yeah, wait. Okay, you called her your wife.
It's soap opera going on
That's
here.
not-
I'm
but that's not your wife, though. But real quick, okay. So we got 19 minutes left. I out of character and trying to really think who the hell did this.
Seriously. Because I mean,
I'm trying to
go
decide-
around and around and around. I've got
I don't think it's
Every single person.
I don't think it's Billy Barr at all.
no.
So- and-
Why would he kill her unless she was gonna like reveal his secret or something? But even then,
Even
most people would
so,
be like, the
even
captain,
so,
where it's like, good job, man.
Yeah, there's like no. Okay, and then the
He
captain
says,
like,
no, I think it was him. He was always sneaking around at night, and I know I've seen his face before. Who are you, really?
are you putting
You
at
killed
Billy
him.
Barr?
He's accusing Billy Barr.
Yes, because he was fucking your fiance. Of
Woohoo.
course, you saw him around before.
Just
And
hey, okay. pause, everybody. And I look at a wristwatch on my time. We're running out of time, everybody. Hey, Little Sapphire, we never really got like why you're on this shit. Can we real quick, like, why are you even here?
I'm on holiday.
Inside check.
Nobody's really questioned Tiana yet.
So
I got a 17.
I only got a 12.
For some reason, I think Gerundu just has like a believable like face, so like nobody's really questioned Gerundu. But I think we might have to also question.
So what do you say?
So
What
we're
did you all
inciting
what'd you
Tiana,
roll?
Lil Sapphire. I got a 17 to incite Lil Sapphire of why she's on this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What did you get, Lil Sapphire?
I'm on holiday. I got an 18.
Did anybody beat a 17?
She's on holiday.
I gotta believe it. I mean, I don't.
Persuades you that she was on holiday.
She's on. Okay, so
Like a lot of the others. You're just on a ship.
God damn it. We got 17 minutes. I'm gonna start like a minute by minute countdown, I guess.
Why the hell you keep counting down anyways? You're awfully suspicious yourself.
Hey, you shut your mouth, you racist.
yeah.
Racist. You're the one pointing fingers. Yeah, I said it again.
You said a lot, and you also called me like green skin and like
did not
hard
say
shell,
that shit.
something like that.
I
You
told
said-
you turtle man because you turtle man.
Turtle, you called me turtle man. I take offense to that. I'm not a turtle. I'm a turtle.
You're a turtle man. She's cat girl.
No.
And someone here killed that poor lady, and y'all just wasting time.
And as you said, and as he says, one of you killed that poor lady. You see coming up from the stairs, the voice, the lady in question, the countess. Like, or did they?
Wait,
Yeah,
Which of you tried to murder me?
wait. Okay, wait. Hold on, John. Wait, what are you talking about?
You
Are
all
you
turn
just
around.
about some bullshit?
As far as you're
arguing.
concerned, the countess has just walked up the steps.
You turn around the
That
camera.
just it's a miracle.
Stay away from me, little man. You're filthy.
Okay.
Which of you lowly cowards tried to brain me with an oar? Which of you? While my back was turned, no less.
Jeremy, what the hell's going on?
Seriously.
The countess is looking, and she looks like the countess looks just like the countess comes walking up the stairs, and the side of her head looks injured and everything, like it's been like busted out. But like she looks, it's weird though, because she like more. It definitely looks like her head, like she has severe head trauma, but more of her head seems intact than was when you examine the body. But she's right here, and her body looks maimed and everything, and she is saying these things to you. Which one of you tried to do this to me? And she's standing there looking at all of you, and I would imagine that's your reaction. Like, what the hell is happening right now?
Seriously. Like that's
Can I do a perception check around to see like maybe
Yeah,
who is
I
the
would
most
like to.
like holy
Yeah.
shit?
Go ahead and make a perception.
I imagine everybody's like that after.
Yeah.
everyone's holy shit. We saw
I'm
her
doing
body with
that
her
too.
head knocked off.
That's a 17 for me, the countess.
I got a 14.
I don't. Okay.
It's just a 10.
What are we
I'm
even
so
rolling?
confused because Drunda is like being the countess,
You,
and I don't get it.
Just roll it, it's fine.
No, seriously, what are we rolling?
I don't know. I haven't rolled
rolling-
anything
I'm-
yet.
Rolling a perception
perception
to check the crowd for their reactions to the sudden
Yeah, that's what he was
I
appearance.
rolled an
doing on
18 total.
Yeah, I got 17.
For
I
am rolling
don't
perception?
know.
What are we rolling?
Not if you don't want to. They were rolling to see like how other people are responding to seeing her.
Yeah, see if anybody's doing a more shit versus.
Oh
my
my
God.
role was to specifically look at this spooky ghost and look for strings. Scooby Doo. I'm gonna try to find. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. Who is
Didn't someone
controlling
get
this
like an
ghost?
18 or something?
I rolled an 18. I'm looking for
You're looking
strings.
around. Out of everyone, you feel like all of you, just in general, it seems like John's like, "What's going on?" He's like literally yelling this, like audibly, like surprised. Little Sapphire is also audibly expressing like, "What the hell is going on?" The Countess's face looks as confused as everyone else, like she's scrutinizing all of you, and she is examining each one of you. And I would say the Countess, I don't know, you've like, Everyone seems plenty surprised that you're here, but the turtle and the tabaxi are audibly expressing how surprised they are. The fiance is shocked. He's standing there like he's in silence, like he doesn't even know what to think.
Well, I tell you what.
For him.
Yes, I imagine finding out I've been diddling a gnome for some time behind his back would come as quite a shock.
Wait. Okay. Just.
That's you.
Are you?
I'm always me. Who else could I be?
The captain,
18, right? John Speed, you got 18.
I got an 18. I'm looking for strings around this body.
You're looking for strings, and you're looking around and stuff, and you don't see strings. You notice you don't see the captain anywhere.
What the fuck? I am
the countess.
Okay. Well, yeah, I know that, and I'm. Hey.
She still looks hurt.
Okay, so if you're who hit you in the back of the head?
You just see that island. You see the island in the distance. You guys will be in there.
Yeah, we got 10 minutes left. Okay, really quick. Who hit you in the back of the head? Just real quick.
If I knew that, I wouldn't be here interrogating you, you monstrous bastards.
Who would be your number one guess?
If not my fiance, who...
Why are you so worried about lists and order?
If not my fiance who discovered my affair, then perhaps someone who stood to gain financially from my death. I'm looking at you, inheritor.
I mean, they're both pretty even on my board, on my mental board.
Insight, please.
The old man's gonna rush.
Did you do it?
And he pulls out his sword, the old hunter guy, and he's like, "All right, monster, show yourself." And he's holding his knife at the countess. "I know it's you. You're the devil hiding under her skin. Come on, let's do this." And when he does that, he claps his hands together, and the knife goes and now it's a flaming longsword.
10 minutes, everybody. 10 minutes. I don't know. Somebody pick somebody. Who? I mean, Eldrin, I don't think you get a vote because I think you're up there in the top 3.
A vote. The devil stands right in front of us. Slay it before it kills us all.
What are you talking about?
This is the person that got killed. Where'd the captain go? Anybody see the captain?
Where did the captain go?
That's that. My number one concern right now is where's the captain at?
I'd really like to know because we're only a few minutes from dawn.
Yeah, I think we need him either way. I think we need the captain.
Can I roll an insight?
Yeah.
Now that they're shouting about where's the captain.
Eric, what is going?
16.
Eric looks around he's checking the wheel to see if maybe he tried to slow the pace or something. Where could he have gone?
Yeah, we could have definitely dropped an anchor or something, got us some more time, but whatever.
He doesn't seem to be at it doesn't seem like he's at the ropes or anything. He doesn't know because this is a sailing style ship. So I guess if you close the sails, you'd slow down a little bit.
Yeah, that was a 16 to
16.
Yeah.
Okay. Who are you trying to examine specifically now?
Trying to see if I can put together the captain's disappearance and the appearance of the countess.
Yeah, you think, you don't know. You know the captain's gone and the countess is here. You could assume maybe it's somehow the captain, but he just seemed like a relatively simple guy. He didn't seem like he would know magic or be super smart or anything like that. So you don't really, I don't know. It seems weird that someone's missing now there's an extra person, but it's at the same time, he didn't seem like the type.
But there was also a lot of magic stuff going on in that kitchen. And they kind of just blew me off when I asked about it.
Sure. Can we go and check and see if the body's still there?
You can't. The countess is standing at the top of the stairs. How would you like to proceed?
I look at her and say, "I'd like to go check something, please. And if you are who you say you are, you're not going to stop me."
Well, that assumes that I would think that you weren't the attempted murderer. I think everybody should stay on the deck.
If you think I'm
Stand back!
If you think that I'm the attempted murderer, then you shouldn't want me anywhere near you.
Exactly. Stay back.
How wide is this? Are the
8 minutes.
stairs?
8 minutes, everybody.
Thank you, 8.
They're probably like 8 feet wide. They're enough room.
Yes, I'm an old theater kid.
Stairs if you will. I think you could attempt to rush past her if you wanted.
Yeah, I want to like dodge around her. Maybe use an acrobatics check to go down. To like dodge around her and go downstairs.
Countess Silverstar, would you try to stop her as the tabaxi's darting at you?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So
16 for the acrobatics check.
I guess I'll do an acro too.
Yeah, I guess it'd be you to see how quickly you can react.
I'm
That's a
still
12.
Little Sapphire.
All right, so you all watch Little Sapphire saying something to the Countess and then rushing past her. The Countess seems to like move to try to stop her, but she dodges right past her and dips down the stairs. What do the rest of you do? I mean, she did make it clear, like, is the body still there? And then like went down there, but it's not like she snuck off. But she did like purposely dodge past this Countess, and the Countess tried to stop her. That's another development.
I mean, I'm out of character. Like Little Sapphire and Eldrin are my top 2. Right? I don't know why I have not once suspected Captain Goldbeard. I don't know.
I don't know what's going on with Captain Goldbeard.
It might just be me too trusting of Gerundu, and that's my flaw
I think
as a
Captain
person.
Goldbeard might be a polymorph.
I mean, something's definitely I can't. 6
Has
6 minutes, everybody. 6 minutes.
Like, has the Countess been the captain the whole time?
I don't.
Or
I hope not. That would be very disturbing for me.
that'd be hilarious.
Why do you think you kept your job so long? No.
Oh no.
What does Little Sapphire see? We got 6 minutes, Jeremy.
Well, I don't.
So I book it
You
down.
don't know.
there.
You're not Little Sapphire, but
Do you want me to say?
it's up to you.
Wait, what
All
do you
right.
mean? Say what? Say what? What the hell is going on?
You run down, you come back up.
From the bottom of the stairs, you just hear this like scream. The body's still here.
And then the rest of you on the deck see the captain poke his head up from the staircase.
Fuck
after
this. Fuck this. Fuck all you guys.
The countess seems to
I think
follow
you guys
after
are all in on this.
the countess follows after the tabaxi, and then the captain's head pops up. What on earth's going on out here?
All right.
I don't like this.
I'm
I don't know what's going on.
I don't.
I feel like there was a scene where we were doing things in the basement and the
5
top
minutes,
at the same
everybody.
time.
5 minutes, everybody.
So, I was about to say, do we throw like 5 extra minutes on for the time when?
Nope, we got 5 minutes. That's it.
oh
Okay.
gosh.
Then I don't care.
Billy Bart, you're the only person I fully trust. Who do you think it is? Who do you think murdered?
I mean, you hear that voice from downstairs, and that's still your response.
Yeah, I heard the body's still there.
I'm screaming from down in the.
So we
in
see
in
the Countess's.
conference room, and
You
the
see
body
the
is
captain
still
pop his
here.
head up from where?
From you saw the countess like follow after the tabaxi down the stairs to the lower deck, and then a couple of minutes later, after you hear the shouting of the body's still here, the captain pops his head up on the deck. Like, what's going on?
All right. Let's get everyone up here. I want everyone to give me their theories.
Yep,
Come
everybody,
on. Let's
everybody,
go. Everyone
everybody,
online.
everybody, top deck, top deck.
Yeah,
I'm taking
I'm-
control of this because the captain's gone.
My vote is for the
Captain's right here.
sailor. She got caught drinking and bashed
No,
the,
hey,
the
we know,
countess over the head.
we know you don't
All
like.
right. One for
we know-
sailor.
Everybody up here now.
Yeah, I'm coming back up, just like shaking, like the body's there, and I saw her, and this is
Ghost,
weird.
Ghost, you up here too.
You hear no response from the countess. The
Little
captain's just
Sapphire.
You're
What's
all
going
coming
on?
in. You're coming in on the docks. It's not far away.
But the
Who do you
captain's there.
suspect?
Okay,
Oh,
so everybody's
babbling.
here. Everybody's here,
babbling
right?
about ghosts.
The captain at this point, and so he could take over her body and take over the money. I don't know.
Okay, well, that doesn't make any sense. Like, why he would?
All right. Captain,
She
who
owed
do you
me
suspect?
money. I suspect
What?
you.
She
quite
owed
frankly.
you money. What do you mean?
She owed me money.
How much?
She paid
What
me
for?
with an IOU.
What?
I was supposed to get paid when she arrived.
Okay,
if she's
so
dead,
then,
I don't
okay,
get paid
hey,
nothing.
Captain, I believe you for some
Okay,
reason. I don't
okay.
know why. Little Sapphire,
Nepotism.
why? Little Sapphire, we got 3 minutes till we dock. Why did you come on the ship for real this time?
I told you I'm going on holiday.
I
Why
don't
is
think
it
I could
suspicious
roll
that I'm
against that
going on
again because
holiday?
you already told me the same thing and I did not roll well enough.
I wasn't there.
I am telling you,
Captain.
I went on holiday.
Captain,
have
do you
an insight
do you
into
know why she's on this ship?
I don't. She says she's going on holiday, but I rolled a 9.
That's
so-
not good enough. She rolled an 18 for that lie or truth. I don't know.
I quite honestly, I would have rolled either way, whether it's a truth or a lie, just because.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah,
these kinds of
yeah.
games.
Don't worry, I'm not metagaming. It's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Eldrin. Again,
Yeah.
we got about 2 minutes now until we dock. You didn't do it, right?
No,
Did you do it?
I would not.
Are you sure though?
Look, am I going to go back home and tell my pregnant wife that her mother is dead and I did it? No, that's a terrible, terrible plan.
Well, no, you wouldn't do
Pretend
that.
you did not
would
hear that
say-
she's
Blame it on
pregnant.
somebody else.
Pregnant already, and you just got married a month ago.
You did not hear that
He's
from
the one that
me.
gets all the money from this. He's the one that benefits from all of this. And that's the fiance accusing you now.
Ooh.
I do not benefit. I have a child who will have no grandmother. I have a wife who's going to be terribly upset.
One
Unless,
1.5 minutes, everybody. 1.5 minutes. Look, they're actually roping up the ship right now. So,
unless
Speaking
your
of
She's
wife,
that upset when she
How about
finds
we
out
vote?
she's the-
How about we
Unless
vote?
your wife- unless your wife plotted it with you, that is an awful lot of money. And if you have a child on the way that she might have gotten disowned for having getting pregnant out of wedlock,
It was close enough. It was fine.
okay. Look, we don't have
I'm not
all the
convinced.
time in the world. How about we do
my
just do
vote is
a
Eldrin.
vote?
Aldrin.
Eldrin.
Eric,
El-
hang some rope from the yardarm.
El-
Looks like we're gonna have some justice.
Eldrin,
That's
I
just
guess.
what's hanging people for no reason.
I'm,
It was
I'm the
the
final
sailor, she was
authority on this
evil.
ship.
I'm going to cast Detect Thoughts on the tiefling because, damn it, he's suspicious.
Yeah, okay, you can do that, and then
Okay.
I'm gonna cast Charm Person on Eldrin. Eldrin, can you roll a Wisdom save real quick? 14.
Is that after?
Yeah, I mean, she said
That
it
would
first, so
be
she can do it
18.
first. Dang it. Okay.
So yeah, that's a Wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
It beep. Yeah, it beep. So you'll be able to tell.
Stop
the-
trying to charm me.
They're tying up the ship right now.
Yeah, you know that the turtle's trying to charm you. And you know
Right.
they don't like you very much. He doesn't hate you as much as the man does, the guy, the explorer.
But Eldrin was doing something also, right?
Yeah, I was
Before
casting
that.
Detect Thoughts on the tiefling.
And I have to make what kind of save?
Wisdom.
11.
I have no idea what you'd have to roll against.
Probably
hard.
wisdom. I think it's a wisdom
Okay.
saving throw to get further than surface thoughts.
But I don't know what you'd have to meet to beat it. That's not...
What's your spell casting ability?
You basically I think it's gonna be it's gonna end up being 8 plus proficiency plus spellcasting modifier, right?
Yeah, whatever.
I
whatever
think
that
you're
is.
good. I think you probably get more than +3 because I think your proficiency alone is +3. So you, I don't know. He's more just he seems irritated, this is a waste of time. I better not go down for this. Now all my plans are ruined. That's all you kind of hear. What am I supposed to do with the Countess gone now? I have nothing.
So
Oh, shit, so he didn't do it.
yeah, so I think the ship is now docked,
The
right?
ship's
Because
docked.
the time
Yeah, you're
the
pulling
time's
in.
gone.
I mean, what do you guys do? What do the employees do? Your ship's gonna crash if you don't
Well,
get to work real quick.
Oh, I guess that's true. I was picturing the ship getting docked.
I guess we've got to save the ship for the love of God, lads.
Yeah, you guys start pulling in. You run over, and you can. I mean, you have to start preparing it to dock. You know, it's going to be a 2 or 3, maybe 5-minute process to get it in there safely and get everything done. But the workers have to start docking now.
While
or
they
it's gonna
start,
crash.
while they start docking, John just starts to turn into this horned beast with these leathery wings and this long ape-like arms, fully equipped with these powerful bladed claws, standing nearly 10 feet tall, 400 pounds. Gonna try to swoop up Eldrin and just fly off into the jungle.
So you see
Hell
this
no.
turtle turn into this thing. It starts to grow. It's like a American Werewolf in London, and he like starts like you see his arms like getting longer and like popping out these horns and these big wings, like his shell just like dissolves and turns unfolds into these like scaled wings, and it's just this massive demonic creature, and it just rushes towards Eldrin.
Should we do like an athletics thing or something? See if I can.
I want to cast
It's
something.
grappling.
What do you want to do?
Yeah.
Can I?
I got a plus
I
3 to
think
my
you just,
strength.
I feel like you would just do dexterity, and then if you're faster, you're like
Okay.
able to cast the spell in time.
Oh god, dirty 20.
Shit. I was 14.
All right, so you rush at him. You're like you said, 400 pounds, this massive creature. You grab him. What are you gonna do? I mean,
I'm flying off.
bro, watching the guy with the flaming sword goes, there he is, the devil where he sleeps. I told y'all. And he starts running with the big ass flaming long sword above his
I yell down. I yell down. I didn't kill the countess. I'm gonna kill the murderer though. I got it for you all, and I fly away.
You also notice as he's running after him, his like beard just like dissolves, like all that stuff goes away, and he actually looks like a rather young man. And then these angelic wings burst from his back.
What the hell, Jeremy?
God!
Very obviously an ASMR, and he's like, "You better come here, demon!" And he's like running after you with that flaming sword.
I'm flying away with my accused murderer, Eldrin.
All right, so you grab Eldrin and you like grab him, and he's trying to struggle, but you're way, way, way too large. And you take off, and you're like flapping those big wings. They're not very, I mean, they're fast, but they're not super fast, but they're very powerful. And then this ASMR comes running and just jumps off the side of the ship, and he's like, and then and soaring back up. And he's like, you all just see him chasing after him with that flaming sword in the air, flying after him. I mean, what the rest of you do, you're seeing a lot of people on the docks gathering now, staring in disbelief, like not really certain what is happening. There's like officials and citizens, just regular citizens, like kind of crowding around the docks. It is like 7 a.m, but it's still pretty active for a dock.
So I imagine that the deck of the ship is pretty. So do we have a gangplank up? Like, can we get back? Can we get down to the dock now?
Yeah, I mean, that's up to the captain, and then they're starting to get everything together.
Are we docked? This is the worst ship I have ever been on, and I want to be on dry land.
I don't know. That was kind of a pretty good ending, I thought.
To be fair, I don't think you can blame the ship for that. He's got some kind of demonic entity going around murdering people.
I really hope I got the right murderer.
I'm not responsible for that. You were all passengers.
As you all start to argue and talk and like freak out, and like the captain and all his crewmen are like getting the stuff ready, you notice there's kind of actually like a couple uniformed officers and stuff that are very curious, at least what that last part was. And there's a few of them kind of walking up the ramp, and they're just like, an officer comes up and there's like a few soldiers behind him, and he's like, "Can I talk to the captain, please?"
"Please do, come aboard."
And as a couple of these very curious police officers start to swarm the ship, I think that is just how we will end it. With
wait, yeah, we got a couple questions.
I want to say one thing.
Can I?
Sure.
I want to say, as they're swarming the captain and going to talk to him, little Sapphire just casually steps to the side, casts disguise self, and walks off the gangplank off onto the island.
Sapphire? Was it fucking little Sapphire? Who? How do we find out?
I mean, what would you all try to do?
I'm trying to eat Eldrin, thinking that Eldrin was the
gone.
murderer.
Eldrin's gone. The Azamar is gone, and there's such a commotion that I'm like stealthing and changing. And
so
leaving.
I just ate the wrong person. I'm sorry, Danny.
Yeah, you did.
You don't know. You just know the cops are coming and they have a lot of questions.
I've been screaming it the whole time. I didn't do it.
Between Eldrin and Little Sapphire, and I pretty much flipped a coin and picked wrong.
He goes, "I have a question for you, Captain. What the hell was that thing?"
Gone.
Your guess is as good as mine, my lad.
See, like, way off in the distance, the two specks.
It was a passenger. Well, 2 passengers. And
Well,
then
3 passengers.
Yeah, that's right. And then one of them turned into some kind of hell beast, and then picked up another one, and then the other one turned into an angel beast, and they all flew off. Nobody's paid me. Quite frankly, It's been the least profitable trip I've ever taken. Everyone's mad at me.
It's the worst
So-
trip ever.
The fugitive escaped. Now,
Guys,
You don't
it was
know-
the fucking fugitive.
wait. Well, you don't know
What
that.
was it?
She
might
You're a
just-
fugitive.
He's a fugitive.
Hey.
She might have just not wanted to get caught up with the cops. That's why I asked, what did the rest of you do? Because the Tabaxi Rogue fugitive was like, I'm out.
My bitch. I'm not having anything to do with the cops. Are you kidding? It's in my descriptor. I'm the fugitive.
But
The
I will
cops
say,
Cooperated
as we
fully.
end right there and you fly away with Eladrin, Danny, would you like to reveal to us, did they capture the murderer?
No, not even little.
Eladrin the Innocent was taken. That's his knighthood. His name when he was knighted. Eladrin the Innocent was taken away by a giant.
Danny, I really
hungry-
wish you told us your surname, the Innocent. That would have been very helpful.
That would have helped some.
A little bit.
And in true Dungeons and Dragons fashion, that's just how we end, with you not knowing for sure,
Oh,
other than the murderer did escape.
Damn, it was literally a coin toss between Danny and Tiana, and it came up wrong.
It's gonna
I
have to
knew it
be me
wasn't
one of
fucking
these
Billy
times.
Barr. I would die for Billy Barr. Billy Barr.
I was
is-
hoping.
Yeah,
I would
if
like-
your lines with Dilly Bar. I'll
And
die.
oh my god, when we found out Billy Barr was the fucking like
Pushed up in the
mistress
contest.
esque or
Oh,
whatever. Oh
Yeah.
my god, that was the
Oh.
best plot twist I've ever had in my whole life. That was
All right,
better
so
than
do we
any
wanna-
movie I've ever seen, any book I've ever read. That was the best. That was the best.
Do we want to explain any secrets? Does anyone want to
Let's
share
do
anything
it.
about their
Let's do it.
character?
I'll say mine. Mine. I was so I was a monster, like a hell beast, as Drundu claimed me to be, but my whole goal was to get to Raikuth, whatever this island's called,
Yeah.
and I could take any. My description says like I could like kill like any of you, right? But not all of you. So it was in my best interest to like lay low and just like get to the island and start, because I was very hungry at this point and needed to feed, but I needed to really get to the island first and be able to like have safety. But other than that, I was wearing a ring that showed me as I was at my birth, my turtle form.
Oh.
So
Or
that's
you
why.
returned into that thing.
Yeah, so like, but I was so hungry, and we got to the island, I wanted to try to pick the murderer and scoop them up, and they were gonna be my victim because I was so hungry, and I picked wrong. I'm sorry, Danny. I am sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Yeah, his secret role says you are not the murderer, but you.
But you
Far
are something
worse.
much worse.
guys.
I'm sorry, Danny.
That's okay.
Anybody want to ask me anything?
Jordan,
Yeah,
I
so
just
what the
did-
hell?
I really, okay.
Are you a changeling?
Yeah, what?
Yes.
Yeah, what was
Are you
that?
a changeling?
Yes.
Okay.
I
Yes.
didn't think that. I didn't know what you were.
Well, I was a sea captain, but I'm also a changeling.
So you were trying to like lure the murderer out.
Yeah.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Which is why I didn't want the Tabaxi to go check the body and show the ruse. But fortunately, what's going on up here? I don't know nothing about no countess.
Billy Barr, do you have any more to divulge? I think we got all of your secrets out in the
Yeah,
open.
you got all that.
Yeah,
Like,
you're a
when-
shitty deckhand because of nepotism and because.
You deckhand, but a fantastic lover.
Oh my, Zoltar. From the first fucking sentence out of Billy Barr's mouth, I knew. I was like, I don't even care if this guy is the murderer. I'll take the fall for him if I need to.
Oh, man.
Oh. Danny.
What about you, Tiana? What were you guilty for? Why are you the fugitive?
Before we get to the guilty, should we do Danny first?
Sure.
And do the guilty last?
Well, I was wondering why she's called the fugitive, but yeah, we can do that.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
Danny, you had a lot of signs pointing to you.
only because I married the Countess's daughter, the only child, and we were going to inherit a fortune.
Yeah.
I was appointed to the excavation team, not just because of the Countess and the family connection, but because I am a genius. I have multiple degrees. I am very well read. Life has been easy for me. And so I'm qualified, just not experienced. That was my secondary trait, was the genius.
Ah.
So
So
Tiana.
well, I'm the fugitive because I stole a bracelet from the museum
Okay.
and
Should've just
found
paid for it at the
and-
gift
No, we
shop.
didn't search like any rooms, basically.
well,
Well,
it wasn't in my
we were
room. Like
going
you
Yeah, we were going
pinged
to.
me and asked, "Was it in my room?" And I'm like, "Nope." After the Countess saw me wearing it, and I killed her for it. That's my ankle. I'm hiding it from everyone.
God damn it, Tiana. God damn it. I'm so mad
And
at
I got
myself
off
that I
scot
can't.
free. Bye,
Tiana, you made me kill Danny. You know how bad I could kill Drundu or Zoltar, but you made
You
me
could
kill
try.
Danny.
I mean,
That
it was
makes me
between
feel so bad.
I mean, it was between me and Danny, and you would have felt bad if it was me or Danny. Let's be real here.
Yeah.
Not if I was right though. If Danny was the murderer, I would not feel bad.
I like how you try to
What?
cast charm first, and he's like, "Yeah, well, don't do that anymore. I saw you try to do that," and then you're just like,
Yeah, I'm gonna fucking snatch you up. Oh god, Danny, I wish you rolled better on that athletics, and I didn't end up getting you. I just flew off into the jungle.
Same here.
What I'm going to say is,
I'm out.
what I was going to say is the captain wasn't particularly bothered about necessarily finding the right person, just finding somebody in a portion in blame
So that you could
and getting shot of it so we could
get all of
get
us
back
to
to
get
making
back
money.
on.
Yeah.
This was the
Three
worst
people haven't paid
journey
me.
ever for Captain Goldbeard.
In fact, no, 4 people haven't paid me. She did. The murder victim didn't pay me. You
Yes,
didn't
I
pay
did.
me.
I paid you when I came on the boat, you wanker.
Oh, calling me a wanker now as well, so I get insulted.
Drundu,
Of course, I'm gonna call you a wanker. You're
Insulted
gonna
by a
lie on me
murderer.
like that. I treat
Oh,
everyone well except
God.
the people I steal from.
Well, I'm afraid I'm going to have to impound the Countess's belongings anyway, so I guess that'll do to cover some of my losses.
Man.
Bunch of
Oh.
bastards
Yeah, I wasn't really
coming
sure
on
how
board
the
my
ending-
ship.
The ending of every campaign is the hardest part. I feel like running it. I feel like,
Yeah.
okay, how do we do this? But this one specifically, because it's up to you. It's kind of like you said last time, Adam. It's hard when it's like in your hands as the players, more so than the DM who can run them through a game. Like when you did the murder mystery last time.
Well, and especially when the murderer is randomly assigned, because then there might be some random reason why someone ended up killing her, where the person who makes the most sense isn't the killer.
True,
Like
right.
there were like 3 people who made way more sense than Little Sapphire.
Yes, but I also came up with 10 ways the body could have been found, and I rolled that randomly as well.
Ah.
And some of them serve as a red herring to point out towards like this one, like, oh, like it must have been someone strong or
And that was exactly what I was banking on, was you would not suspect someone with a strength of 11 of being able to A, get the ore, and B, bash her head in.
So for the listeners, so each person were able to choose a character, but they only had limited information about them. They were then assigned a secret role, which gave them motives and extra things. Like one of them was like the murderer, and one of them was, like the homewrecker, cheating on having an affair. Another one was like the genius. So all these different things to and so every time you play this module, it's different. Because the way they're matched up is going to be different. The murder is going to be different. The way the murder occurred is going to be different. So depending on your group, this game can go way different. But I feel like that's a lot of stuff that the viewers didn't get to know about, like the fact that we have these secret roles and that we have all this.
Yeah, I think we failed to mention that at the beginning. Yeah, like I just picked cartographer, turtle. Like that's all I saw, cartographer and turtle. And then Jeremy sent me a character sheet and then rolled for an additional secret role, which was the monster role. So yeah, everybody got 2, like a character sheet and then a secret role that I guess Billy Bars was the homewrecker role, secret role. which is so fucking funny to me. That oh my god, that was it was perfect. It was really good. It was really good. Let's go ahead and wrap it up. Jeremy, I'll let you go ahead and again, where can everybody find you and find this module at? I'm gonna post a link to it also in the
Awesome.
chat.
All right. My name is Jeremy. You can find me as Master Uzaru, and that's going to be on Instagram, Twitter, Twitch. You know, I'm always streaming things like Sea of Thieves or Bleeding Edge on Twitch. I'm involved in a lot of different tabletop role-playing games like Dungeons & Dragons. Lately, I've been trying to play more Call of Cthulhu. I and a few other people here are part of an upcoming podcast called Roll for Weird, and that's going to be a Monster of the Week podcast, so go ahead and check that out. But I am just, you know, trying to get involved in as much things as possible. Also, I am the person who wrote, you know, published, edited all of this campaign, The Siren's Cry. You can find it on the dmsguild.com. I'm currently selling it for $5. It can be anywhere between like 3 to 10 players. I feel like with 5 players, it was pretty fun, but I still had a lot of legwork. This is like the one campaign where if you had 10 players, it would actually work really well. Like, have them all, and as a DM running it, it might seem intimidating, but
very
like,
minimal.
a lot of freedom, kind of, and it's a lot of letting the players take control. But go ahead and check that out. You know, leave me a review if you like it. Also, I have another one on there called Plight of the Blight Thief, which if you go back to past streams, you can see us play through that.
Also a lot of fun.
Like level 1 to 4. That one's actually free. So if you wanted to give me $1, $5 or whatever, I'd appreciate it. But it's a pay what you want title that can also be found on the DM's Guild. And that's all I have.
Yeah, this one, I obviously didn't run it, but I ran a murder mystery kind of similar to this, where me as a DM at first, I was very intimidated. I was thinking I really don't have a lot of control about it. But then as I started running it, I realized like this is actually really nice because I could kind of, as a DM, you can kind of sit back a lot. And obviously Jeremy had a lot of NPCs he had to run since this was only a 5 member party instead of a 10. If you had a 10-member party, you could literally, Jeremy, you could have
be 4 players.
You could have like sat back and just
it'd be awesome.
It would have been a lot less legwork, which would be really cool. What about you, Billy Barr, John? The OG John, not John Speed.
Like I said earlier, you can find me on the One Shot Onslaught Discord channel most of the time. I go by Zoltar on there. We recently all got hooked into Arc. We play on the server that Adam provides. Besides that, I sell dice vaults on my Etsy shop, JBG Garage Crafts. And if I'm not on Discord or something, I'm usually in my garage working on orders for that.
Yeah, that Arc server that he mentioned is halfway to Heroes with spaces between all the words and all lowercase letters. Password is Liam, Liam, all lowercase, so that Liam can join the game and type in the password because it doesn't save the password on that game. And that's on PlayStation 4. We also have a Conan Exile server on PlayStation 4, also called Halfway to Heroes. That one, the password is OSO is good 1. That was the original password of the Arc server also, but since Liam started playing, we wanted him to be able to enter the password himself. Gerundu.
I'm Gerundu. You can find me at Gerundu. You can find me in the upcoming Roll for Weird podcast when that drops, or on the video on demand on YouTube for that. I'm in a bunch of previous streams that I've done with you guys and some other patrons and bits and pieces, charity stream segments and so on. Yeah, that's about it. Or you can find me on the Discord or playing Ark or Conan.
Danny, I'm so sorry, Danny. I am so sorry. I will never be able to apologize enough.
Lamb, and I'm sorry. No hard
Tiana did this to you, Danny, not me. I am sorry.
She was the easiest one to throw under the bus.
Yeah, oh my god. And
Hey,
Tiana,
I could
you
DM a
did.
game for her. We'll get even.
Yes, please DM a game.
Oh god.
Oh wait. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Please don't drop Aaron into a pit.
I like Aaron.
Yeah, I do too. No, I'm good with that. So I'm Danny. You can find me on Twitch and Twitter and Instagram as Danielle Lenoir. I was going to say when I'm not gaming, I'm knitting, but when I am gaming, I am knitting. I did this much tonight.
You got a lot tonight.
Wow.
A lot tonight.
Yeah.
It was kind of intense. I sped up a little bit.
Fair.
Yeah, that's what I do with my spare time.
Tiana, where can we find you at? You thieving, conniving a-hole. You made me kill Danny.
And if you like that role playing, you can see a whole hell of a lot more of that on Quest and Chaos. We play Carbon 2185. We play D&D. We do board games sometimes. We play Call of Cthulhu, where I play another kind of sneaky character, an assassin who likes daggers. I have a lot of fun being the somewhat down, dirty, sneaky character. That's twitch.tv/Quests and Chaos, or all of our VODs are youtube.com/questschaos. And I mean, we've got D&D, we've got Call of Cthulhu, we've got board games, we've got everything you could possibly want to watch and listen to and hang out with during a very, very troubling time. But yes, I'm on almost every show that we do with Quest and Chaos.
Okay, so, but just Tiana, I probably streamed at this point with maybe like 30 different people. The number one I would not want to murder would probably be Danny. She's probably the one that I feel most guilty of murdering out of the entire 30 to 40 people I've played with. And you made me do that, Tiana. That's terrible.
Oh,
Guys,
I know, I'm horrible. I was honestly trying to throw you at the fiance because he was the other easy choice, especially with all of that, but you would not go that way. So I was like, fine, Danny is.
Adam, if it makes you feel any better, if you hadn't
we voted.
We voted.
We
I was
did.
going to hang her from the Adam, so
Yeah.
you would have killed me. Thanks.
We voted, and that's why I wanted to have a vote out there, because I was like, I don't want to make this decision on my
And
own.
we all voted on Eldrin.
Okay,
Like,
well,
No,
your vote doesn't
I
count.
still voted for the sailor.
Yeah, well, yeah. Billy
it was
Bart
cheating.
fucking hated that
my vote
sailor.
still counts because you didn't know who I was at the time.
So you can find me. I'm Adam DeWeese. You can find me as the Dungeon Master for Half-Witted Heroes and One Shot Onslaught. I am also Philbert Fogel in the new Roll for Weird, soon-to-be podcast, currently video on demand. Twitch. It's going to be a monthly Twitch stream and bi-weekly podcast coming soon. That is Monster of the Week, Half-Witted Heroes, and One Shot Onslaught are both D&D 5e podcast that you can find now wherever you get podcasts at. Everybody, thank you so much for playing with us. Jeremy, thank you for writing this adventure, and thank you for running
Yeah.
this
Yeah, it was
adventure for
great.
us.
Amazing
Well
job,
done,
So
Jeremy.
much
This is a lot of
fun.
fun.
I had so many plot twists. I had the
Just like
highest of
seeing everyone
highs.
like, what?
I had the highest of highs, the lowest of lows in this adventure. I really did. I'm not kidding. When I found out Danny was innocent,
I love you.
that gutted me.
I didn't know Gerundu was gonna play the Countess. I was gonna say, because he messaged me, I was gonna be like, and you turn around and you see the Countess, and she's standing there, and he was just started going in.
I didn't know if Drundu. I thought maybe his
good.
secret role was maybe he was the spiritual
He's the
embodiment of
The
her,
captain
he was
doctor.
possessed. I don't know. I didn't know what was going on, and I was
just want to flush the murderer out.
Well, and legitimately, I
It's
knew I would
kind
have.
of worked.
I knew I would have.
yeah.
I
just
knew I would have
didn't
one of the
answer it.
hardest roles to play as the fugitive, who actually turned out to be the murderer. So I was like,
Exact-
son of a
see,
bitch,
yeah,
that made it so
yeah.
much harder.
Yeah, you being the fugitive, I was like, that's too obvious. But again, the murderers randomly rolled, so yeah, the fugitive could be the murderer. Oh God, it was.
And Jeremy messaged me and was like, "Here you are. Good luck."
It was great. It was amazing. Thank you,
Thank you.
Jeremy.
I took that luck. It is
Yeah.
my luck, and I went and did the thing.
You really could play this thing 24 times over and never really know
No.
who's going to
We
be the
we
murderer.
we could play exactly the same characters.
We could play the same
and it would
characters, and
still
Jeremy could
turn
do
out
it.
differently.
He could do a
Yeah.
different dice roll, and we would never know. We would.
A different voice
Yeah,
for
it'd
Eric.
be completely different.
No, it would never be a different
No.
voice for Eric.
Got to be the same one.
It has to be
yeah.
the same Eric.
But yes, thank you all for watching so much. And these are actually all 5 patrons of our shows, One Shot Onslaught and Half Hearted Heroes. So thank you all for supporting those shows, getting to playing these streams. And yeah, just Jeremy, again, thank you so much. This, you've been DMing a lot for us lately on these streams, actually.
It's all right. I got time right now.
Yeah.
And I like doing it. So.
So yeah, everybody, if you are not yet, definitely follow us on this Twitch stream because it's pretty. It's not very scheduled. I think we determined we were going to run this like yesterday.
Yep.
So it's not like we have a set in stone schedule. So you want to follow us on Twitch so that you get notified when we do go live, and join us on Discord, bit.ly/oneshot Discord. We're actually all in that Discord and all very active. So. That's where you get the most up-to-date info about the shows. And with that, thank you all for watching, and we will see you, we don't know, maybe next week, maybe in 2 weeks, we don't know. It's not scheduled. We'll see. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.